Test, 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 test. You hear me?
Yeah, too good. That eating is.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I heard you perfectly.
Why can't I hear me?
That threw me off so bad.
We might be live, so be careful.
Yeah.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Going live shortly. We're live.
Nice.
Hold on. All right, so
sending the man home.
Well, he said he was going to use a lot of boxing to set up his kicks, but didn't see that yet. He's just single kicked.
Jordan Barker, of course, the winner of our bantamweight amateur Kumite tournament. This is the first fight in his professional career with the organization.
I thought with a last name like that, he should have come out with "Who Lets the Dogs Out," right? Barker.
He's got a good amateur Muay Thai background, runs a
you can still hear the fight.
No.
You can't hear the fight.
Can you? Now I can.
a slight delay. See it? So when people watch, they're gonna have to pause if they want to like. Oh, what's going on? Sorry. Too much. What? This is us right here.
Okay.
Hold on. There's a slight delay. See how much I adjust there. Alright. This mic is on. All right, guys, welcome to the Karate Combat 43 Fight Companion with myself, Paul, the evil Professor Antonelli, and I'm joined by my good friend and co-host, Rich Grendel, Coach Rich Grendel. How you doing, Rich?
I'm doing well. How are you, Paul?
We had some technical delays on this, our live stream on YouTube, and I am eating my dinner, as you find it to be quite troublesome.
Yeah, try not to eat into the mic. That is disturbing.
I'm gonna mute my mic when I chew. I promise. I say that now, but all right. If you are watching Karate Combat, so I envision kind of two ways for us to do this.
Okay.
And the first one is going to be that there are always commercials here. That's kind of weird. So the first thing is going to be that if you are watching live, there is going to be a slight delay on. We have about 20-second delay or less. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you the time, and then you can count your way into the fight. So if you pause and just figure out where that's at, I think that's possible. I think. Or if you are listening at home after the fight, you can log in and watch the fight and listen to us instead of the commentary, or you can listen to both. We're listening to both technically right now.
I'm hearing the commentary, but I'm not really listening.
I can hear it.
Yeah.
I can hear the sounds of the crowd, really.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Jordan Barker versus Damian Villa, and we are coming down to the end of
round 2.
How do I tell on the screen what round it is?
So where it says their weight class between their names, bantamweight, underneath you'll see this circle with the timer. And each yellow bar represents a round. So there's 2 yellow bars lit up. That's round 2. So we're ending round 2 right now, and we're going to get into round 3.
So the round of 2 just ended for the first fight.
Correct.
Of Karate Combat 43, live from Vegas. We're not in Vegas. We're coming to you live from Orlando.
O-Town.
But we are live. Dude, look, they did like an outer space theme here.
Love this about Karate Combat. They go hard on the themes. And I had a little experience, as you know, I got to work in their Miami show the last time they were down there. So I got like a full tour, full explanation of everything. And I was extremely curious because I'm a big fan of doing different things in martial arts. And this has definitely in the last 5 to 6 years been one of the big promotions I've been watching that is doing it differently.
What do you think when you went down there? What were some of the key differences? Now you judged this.
If you want to count us in, and then I can start going over.
Has the fight started yet?
The round has not started yet.
All right.
It's about to though.
All right. All right, here we go. We're starting round 3, and I will count us in. Third and final round. Waiting for a timer to come on the screen.
Got to get them shirts.
You got to get your limited edition t-shirt. Store.karate.com. Or you could visit us at combattheory.com and buy a shirt there. All right, here we go. And we are at 240, 239, 238, 237, 236, 235, 234, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29. Hopefully that helped.
Yeah, and if not, you guys just want to listen to us talk about karate combat, that's always a good time. We'll try and do a little combination of commentary and discussion, right? So you asked me when I went to Miami, what were some of the biggest differences? Well, let's go off with the obvious. Right now we're watching them fight in what they call the Karate Combat Pit, which I love. As someone who judges kickboxing, Muay Thai, and MMA fights, one of the big things I try to relay to coaches and fighters is, as a judge, it's very difficult to see. You're actually not in a great sitting point. Here, though, you'll notice everyone on the ringside, some of these guys are the judges. You're looking into the pit, and there's no visible obstacles. So you're watching pretty much as best as possible. That was a nice little knockdown there. You're watching as best as possible to see from your angle. There's nothing in the way. No ropes, no corner posts. It's very easy to kind of tell what kind of action is happening, even with the moments of ground and pound. So the pit, it plays a vital role in these competitions. So there's no cage control, right? And it's not like ropes where you can kind of lean on them. You can jump off the pit, which hopefully we get to see a lot of examples for, and we'll go into why they would want to jump off the pit a little later. But they do have this ground and pound rule, and if a fighter is on the ground, you can strike them for up to 5 seconds. There's some nuances to that. We'll touch on that a little bit later too. But when the fighter's back is against the wall, against the pit, that is not a grounded opponent. Even though there's some disadvantage there because they have a broken base, you can still kick them in the face while their back's against the wall. You can still do anything you could do standing, you can still do in that moment. And the headliner tonight, Ross, I guess he's not the headliner, co-main, which I'm a little surprised, but their champion, Ross Levine, he has one of the most spectacular knockouts. He striked an opponent into the pit wall and then finished him off with a spinning back kick while his back against that wall. It was very impressive, very unique usage of the ring. And as we see each event, they're getting better and better at using that pit, as they call it.
The main event tonight is right there. The 8 seconds left, guys. The main event tonight is Pettis versus Henderson.
Yes.
Right? So 2 UFC veterans.
Trilogy.
Yeah, the trilogy.
Even though it's 2-0.
Oh, did you see that?
I missed it.
Wow, a vicious sidekick coming off the wall.
Oh, I love it.
I wonder if they'll show
They must.
They have to, right?
Yeah.
That's
the thing about karate combat. These strikers are very elite, and because they actually, in the scoring criteria, they do reward high-level striking, as they say, and that is anything that's jumping, spinning, or off the pit. So if that was a close round and he hurt him with that technique, that's going to score very high for the judges.
It'd be interesting to see if they're going to show a replay of that.
We're in Vegas, so there should be a few noticeable crowd members.
Yeah. That should be fun too, right?
Yeah. If you spot a celebrity, put them in the comments. Here's the replay. So he drops him with that right hand earlier in that round. This was a beautiful duck under takedown. I believe this was the first or second round.
Wow, they didn't show it.
The most spectacular strike they don't show. And Ruckus Jordan Barker takes the win. I will say, as a judge, I got to judge this event when it was in Miami and the amateur one as well. Because of the scoring criteria, it's so much more fun to judge and watch. And I'll go into that a little deeper before one of these fights. I see our boy Retro, Chris Smart in the crowd. They already passed him by, but shout out Retro Grappler. I really want to see that replay. That's cool to see. It's cool to watch the fighters have their family right there ringside, and again that kind of advantageous position, being able to look into the fight. Yes, no, I'm good. I'm like, you enjoying that?
Guys, I haven't eaten all day. I'm sorry.
That's hilarious.
I wanted to go live when the first fight started, but I probably could have just finished eating.
It was fun to watch Paul just take laps around the house, getting things ready for this.
Well, we've had a... Was it a commercial?
Yeah, sponsors.
No!
So they're going to have a lot of sponsors. This is the thing with...
Was that a commercial? That was the craziest... I thought the screen errored. I was like, oh, they had a screen problem there.
No. So this is the thing with Karate Combat is their whole business plan seems to be modeled on social media views. Obviously they're doing a free event. And these are fantastic fights they have for free on YouTube, but they're doing a free event on YouTube. They do a lot of their content for free. But it's really about just getting these views, and obviously sponsors will help cover those costs that they don't get from streaming. It's a very unique concept. Like I said, I think it's been around the last 5 years or so, so it's very interesting to see how they've grown. So you brought up this space kind of theme, and now if you go and watch these previous Karate Combat events, you're going to see a lot of themed events, and you might wonder how they do that, and I got told how they do that. I can't explain the intricacies of it, but I will tell you basically what they told me. And that is they use a LiDAR system and they scan the whole building. And then that way on their computers, it can appear as like one big green screen, that whole room.
No kidding.
So if you're in that arena, you're not seeing those things. They do have some big screens put up. They do give it that feel as well for a live audience member. But it does not look as it appears on TV. On TV, you get this whole like immersive I'm in space kind of look on this event. But yeah, they scan everything with LiDAR, and that's got to be an expensive process. But it really adds a lot of flair to the show. They even have the commentators kind of dressed up like
astronauts.
Yeah, like space cadets.
Yeah. George St. Pierre in the corner with, or not the corner, in the commentary there with Boss Rutan.
Whew. I'm a huge Boss Rutan fan. I'm one of probably his biggest fans, and I have a horrible story about meeting him. Maybe we'll save that for another podcast.
Oh no, I'm ready.
You want that for this one? Okay. So if I do it quickly, it's my first time as a cut man, and I had done it was World Series of Fighting, first job as a professional cut man, and I'll be honest, I was not qualified for that job. I just got it for whatever reasons that came up, and maybe the third match I had a cut man for, I was rubbing the Vaseline on a fighter. And I ended up poking him in the eye because he was dancing around a little bit, and I didn't know how to really control him. And I poked him in the eye. It took about 5 minutes to get the Vaseline out. Then he goes and fights, and then the fight goes horribly wrong. His opponent ends up poking him in the eye 4 or 5 times. And Boss Rutan's commentating, and so his opponent poked him in the eye 4 or 5 times. So he starts complaining, obviously, and then the ref's breaking it up. Then instead of replaying the fighter poking him in the eye, they're replaying on the big screen me poking him in the eye before he gets in the ring. Which, in fairness, that is an odd thing to happen, so of course they're going to bring that up. But as they were replaying it, I look over to Boss Rutan, and he, goes out of his way to shake his head at me as he's talking about me on live television. I believe that was their NBC debut. So yeah, after the event, I met Boss Rutan, and he did not seem thrilled to talk to me.
Yeah. Yeah. He was here recently, trained with Mitchell in his garage or in the
No, he's a
guillotine
super nice
factor.
guy. I met him one time afterwards. He's a super nice guy. You know, I think his reputation in the martial arts community, you know, precedes him.
Okay, so I got questions. Are knees allowed?
I think to the body. That's actually a great question. To the head, I do not believe so. But I definitely have seen knees to the body. So obviously punches and kicks to the head and body and legs are allowed. You can calf kick if you like. Back fist, but no back elbows, right? So no elbows at all. As we were talking about in the ground and pound rule, you can get a takedown if you catch a kick, if you sweep them, whether it's a cock kick or not. Like you can kind of clinch up a little bit and sweep them. You can get like body lock takedowns, but they do not allow single legs or double legs. It can't appear as if you're shooting for a takedown, if that makes sense.
Can I hip throw?
I don't believe so. You're talking like a judo-esque type
Yeah.
big toss. No, I don't believe so. I could be wrong. Again,
In fairness, the karate combat rules have changed.
a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they've just gone to like the bubble glove.
Yes.
That's relatively new, right?
Yeah.
We're not even a bubble glove. That's just a regular MMA glove.
No,
right?
no, they switched from the bubble glove. Now they're going to the regular MMA glove. It's a little bit less of the padding on the knuckles, but a little more. It's like, you know, padding spread throughout. Yeah, I think it's a different competition, right? We did a whole episode on scoring criteria, and a lot of that involves the rule sets. And this is like a newer rule set, so a lot of these state athletic commissions, they don't necessarily have this in place. This is something that they bring to them, and then the commission has to make decisions on whether they agree to the rules or maybe they may need to make a change. And I think also the guys who created this, they are looking to make it as an entertaining sport that stays true to the karate concepts. That was a nice body shot.
Yeah, but I think he's claiming he got hit in the groin. Oh, he did.
That one did.
Oh, he did. He
So
did.
yeah, he's right. He's right to claim
Oh
that.
my gosh.
So what you'll notice when they do knockdowns or takedowns is the ref's going to raise his hand. And then there's a guy's job on the side of the ring. He's got a green button and a red button. When the ref raises his hand, that means the fighter is downed. He's going to hit that green button. Then you'll hear a 5-second countdown over the speakers. So when it hits 0, he'll hit the red button, which now signifies for the referee to let the fighter up. As the fighter on top, you cannot ground yourself. So you cannot go knee to the ground. You can't put both knees on the ground. What they want you to do is stay on 2 feet, or you can go knee on belly. So when you see them do ground and pound, it's not going to be your typical MMA ground and pound. The other rule they have is no hooked punches while they're down. So they want straight punches. So bringing your elbow back and then targeting with more of a straight style punch.
Thoughts on that? Why do you think they're doing that?
Again, I think they're just trying to stay a little closer to their karate roots. And if you are more traditional karate, you are probably familiar with some of the sweeps and takedowns that they would use in karate. And they would always follow it up with like a straight punch. And the idea of karate is like, I just need this one strike to take you out. Yeah. So if I get you to the floor and I hit you with one punch, you're out. Now, realistically, that's not the case. So that's why they kind of allow 5 seconds on the floor. And the guy in the bottom, obviously, they can work their way back up to the feet. Ooh. Beautiful spinning back fist from the fighter in white. So you can work your way back to the feet, but there's no, you can't go for leg locks. You can't go for arm bars or triangles. I haven't really seen anyone attempt sweeps, but I imagine they would allow it. It's just a matter of how much grappling do they allow. What I love about these newer adaptations for combat sports is you will see fighters, and the guys tonight, Benson Henderson and Showtime Pettis, these are two of the best at that will bend the rules. Not necessarily break the rules, but they kind of push the limits of what is allowed, and they'll do things that will make you question. Everyone knows Pettis for that Showtime kick, so a high expectation tonight is seeing some new creative things in this format. Very good kicking game. Was this gentleman's name Gabriel Diaz?
I guess that was a knee, so I'm taking it knees or must be allowed. That was a double leg.
That was a double leg. Let's see if he gets penalized. His he goes knee on belly, but his other knee is down. So any ground and pound from here should be considered illegal. There's the 5 seconds. Kerry Hatley's going to let him up.
I hate to be this guy. Is the last time I saw Kerry Hatley?
Yes, the horrible Bobby Green stoppage.
Yeah.
My man Bobby Green. Thank God we're not saying rest
my
in peace,
God.
but it was close.
Oh
Jesus.
my gosh.
I sent that to you. I know you're busy
Yeah,
that night, and I was like,
yeah.
you must watch this. This was atrocious. Hopefully we don't see anything like that tonight.
So just under a minute left in the second round. We're at 55, 54, 53, 52, 51.
See, he's grounding himself, and Kerry's not saying anything. This is one thing I would like to talk about is, as officials, when you have so many rule sets to deal
hard.
with,
Yeah, it's
it's
hard.
very difficult.
That's hard.
You, as a referee, understand this, working some of these IKF events where you go from international rules, unified rules, or
Full
modified
rolls,
modified
modified.
multi. It can get pretty difficult, in the moment calling the right calls. And then with something like Karate Combat, some of these referees, this is their first time doing it.
They may have never seen it.
Correct. When I did the show in Miami, every official on the sideline and every ref, other than maybe one or two, was like, I've never seen this before. This is new to me, which is very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the hard things about commissions, right? Because Karate Combat can't just hire their own guys to travel with them.
Yeah. It's a lot. And, maybe some of their guys aren't licensed.
What is going on over here?
I think it's a minute break.
Oh, okay.
So let's talk about this, because I was watching this with Keena earlier, and she was like, do they have to go up in their corner every round? And from what I understand, they do. They have to take their corner break up there. If they cannot get up the pit at the end of the round, they're probably going to get
Disqualified.
or maybe not disqualified, but considered technical knockout, I assume. I have yet to see it, but that's what I had asked the same question when I was there. Because I don't like that. That seems like...
That's a lot of work.
It seems like a little extra work for a fighter and maybe room for an accident to happen eventually, One of the, for those who are listening and trying to sync up with the video, we're at 249, 247, 246, 245. This is the third round of Loxby and Diaz. One of the things that, that was a nice knee on the way up. So for sure, knees to the face are allowed. No question about it. One of the things that you're going to see, that's it. Yeah, so that's going to be one of the things that is going to be interesting for these refs to call, and I think Kerry made the right call. So he got kneed to the face, what looked like a grounded opponent, but it was actually just his butt up against the wall. So, again, the wall is not considered grounded. So you get to really kind of take advantage of a person who's essentially grounded and do a lot of extra damage. That knee to the face seemed to be the most significant strike he's landed. So again, he's hitting him with this double leg, and as far as I understand it, they're not really allowed to do double leg, so I wonder if Kerry Hatley is going to be letting MMA-style takedowns be allowed more.
All right, Rich, I sent you the link. If you want to share it on social media, I'm going to pope it out there now as well.
Cool.
So pause from that.
What'd you send the link on?
Via text message, I believe,
Excellent.
as we get our stuff together here and figure out if we can make this work.
Beautiful takedown. Those are dangerous, these up kicks, because they have to stay on their feet. I feel like it does give the bottom fighter more opportunity for damaging up kicks.
Are they allowed? Do we know? If
Yeah,
they're allowed?
yeah, you can up kick. You can up kick like stomp style. You can come down with the heel. All those options. Oh, he's definitely tired. As they say, he is losing the fighting spirit. Oh, but he lands a good calf kick.
Ten seconds.
There's that side kick off the wall we saw earlier. That is going to be a close one, I think. Now, they will, like similar kickboxing organizations, they will do a sudden death round if it's not a unanimous decision. Yes, I do. I've told you this many times, Paul. Nothing gets me happier than the announcement of a sudden death round. You busy?
No, I'm sorry. I'm posting the.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to post these links.
Yep, they did announce it. So we're going into a fourth and final round. The only round that matters at this point. All those previous rounds will not be regarded in the scoring.
Or they are going to sudden death round.
They are going to sudden death.
Like
so we are
that.
being treated.
I like that.
We are being treated right now.
Like that idea. Sudden death.
If you're listening to the commentators, they're also extremely excited.
All right, I think we're live, yeah. I
Oh,
don't
fantastic.
like these ads that keep randomly popping up that I have to hit skip on.
Yes, well, that's the thing with YouTube, you know. Especially lately, they've done a lot more advertisement through YouTube, whatever update they've had. Oh, that calf is done. It's just
We
a
are
matter.
round 4.
Moltavan.
Moltavan Diaz, 239, 238, 237, 236. I feel like this timer goes faster than I like to count.
Yeah, maybe.
Time
Oh, I
is-
love that technique, but he shelled hard on it and avoided. That was a 360 punch for those not watching. I've actually landed a few 360 punches in my fights. The gentleman fighting later in the card, Raymond Daniels, has a 720 punch
now
knockout.
that was a really crappy single leg.
Yes, that was a full-on wrestling takedown that, as far as I understand, is not meant to be allowed.
This guy in the black shorts pants is hurt.
Yeah, his right calf
he's
is
hurt. Ooh,
very compromised.
like he's limping his way through.
You know, kudos to him. He's still pushing forward, but it's definitely affecting him. So that technique, I believe, would be considered illegal. But look at that sweep attempt. Beautiful. So that answers my question earlier. If they would allow more sweeping techniques. You know, I have no ties to any of these fighters other than maybe Brandon Jenkins tonight. So I'm going to be swapping on who I want to win. But right now, I really want Loxbay to win.
Do they am I just missing it? Like, how do I? Okay, because the white gloves and the black gloves.
Yeah.
No, but how is that? I guess just the red. You just
On
have to
the
see the
tape.
red on the tape.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you're gonna see all red corners in black, all blue corners in white.
Okay.
And
All
then
right.
when do we? Yes, Ross Levine's the
Why
champion.
not give them blue? Why not make them wear blue
Blue and black or
blue and red?
You know, probably it's not a great color scheme against the gray pit.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
You know, they probably thought of it.
Plus, also probably karate. You know, you can wear white and you wear black in karate for sure. Ooh, we slip.
Yeah, I think it gives that more kind of yin yang kind of look that we associate with martial arts. I like it. I really enjoy the uniform. The belt I could do without, but you know, it obviously signifies a little more karate-esque with a belt.
I get that, but I guess I have to are these guys legitimately karate black belts or are they just fighters?
So that is the kind of qualms I guess some people would have with the shows. Initially, they really wanted it to just be like all karate-based fighters, black belts, and etc. But in recent times, they've been having more, let's say, mixed trained fighters. So guys who have competed in kickboxing, who have competed in Muay Thai. And I think that's just the way the world is now. We don't really get, if you're an adult and you're in the professional combat sports, you don't really make a living strictly off karate.
Yeah.
So it is a little tougher for them to come by that. But there are tons of MMA fighters who do have traditional martial arts backgrounds.
Absolutely.
Kickboxers and Muay Thai, they have traditional martial arts backgrounds. So you will see that. Man, that was a great fight. And
this guy's doing push-ups.
Which will never affect a judge's call, hopefully.
Shouldn't. Maybe for the audience. All right, let's see.
I love that. I've been in this situation as a judge where, you know, you turned your card in and then the commission is just constantly reading over it, and you're just like, who messed up? Who scored it differently? And you're hoping it's not you. You're hoping you're not the guy who there we go. I thought he did deserve it. Even though that calf looked super compromised, I think based on their scoring criteria, that's like a...
Now, this is the president of Karate Combat on the screen now. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe his name is Asim. He's also the head coach and owner of Goat Shed, which is down south. I believe it's Miami. Very, like, popular, viral gym, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah, he's new. He's the new president. I believe this is his second event as acting as the president.
They are calling him President Awesome. That was what they said earlier.
Cool for him. That's like a superhero. Good for him.
I guess, yeah.
I don't know much about the guy. From what I can see, his team gets a lot of wins, so that's all I'm going to judge him by, is he's doing something well.
I feel like it'd be very hard to be... Not to throw any shade, but I feel like it would be very hard to be a president of a fight organization and a head coach or an owner of a gym. But we've had this conversation often.
Mm-hmm.
I do think... how do you think? Now, I will say that I went to a Karate Combat event when it was here in Orlando, and we were ringside or pit side. Would you call it that?
Pit side, yeah.
I did feel like it was very easy to see everything that was going on, but for at least the time being, the Karate Combat events are very intimate. There's not thousands or hundreds or tens of thousands of people there, so I got stuff dropping, but. It'd be interesting to see if they can produce that on a bigger scale, or even if they cared to produce that on a bigger scale.
Yeah, I really couldn't tell you as far as I can't tell you what I understand how their business runs and stuff like that, but I do know that they give out a lot of tickets. There's a lot of comps. There's a lot of like and like you said, it's very intimate. So the actual seating, there's not a ton, right?
Yeah.
So again, I think where they're really trying to make their business, trying to make their money, is more so off of sponsors and more so off of views through Instagram and such. And that's just evolving with the times, right? They're trying something new, a whole new type of fight organization. They're probably trying a whole new business model that a lot of organizations and promotions haven't really tried. So we got one gentleman. Everill is a big favorite.
Did you watch
Did
you watch the weigh-ins? I watched the YouTube weigh-ins.
I did not.
I don't think it was these guys. I think it was the guys after them, but they got into it at weigh-ins. I don't think it was this guy though. I think it was the next guy.
I think I saw a clip of that. Have we pointed out the alien ladies in the crowd? That's pretty fun.
There are people dressed as aliens in the crowd. It looks like. I think it's just women right now. No, there's no ring girls.
No ring girls. Yeah,
no ring girls.
I think that's too much of a liability to have them slide in and out of the pit. maybe they do get up on the apron.
Give them a slide or something.
They can get up on the apron.
I feel like in the Orlando one there were ring girls walking.
Yeah, I might have misspoke. There might be ring girls,
but I haven't seen any in this event.
All right, they're touching gloves. We are in the third fight for the early prelims. Opens up with a sidekick. We got our fighter in black, I believe, is Everill. He's the favorite. And then our fighter in white is Arteaga.
I'll give you a count. We're at 2:45, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 39, 8, 7, 6.
So what I really like about Karate Combat 2 is like we were speaking on a little bit. You do kind of see a little bit more traditional stance, a little more traditional techniques and styles, but even more so, there's a blend. So some of these karate guys will go into like a karate base, and then they'll go into like a Muay Thai base, and then even some of them will switch into more of like a boxer's base. So it's almost like an MMA style of stand-up. It's not just karate, though a lot of it is more traditional style striking, which, again, if you're like me, you appreciate all of it, and you find it all very entertaining. So he pushes him against that pit wall, and you see how, unlike a cage wall where you can kind of hip bump into it and spread your legs and create a base, it's almost impossible to do that there. So I really find that a useful tactic for these guys to push them up against that pit, maybe score a devastating kick before they're considered grounded.
Yeah, I think this would be very hard to practice when you're not. There's no cage in your gym. Like, how are you going to practice that weird slant?
I was thinking about this because I would actually, I have some fighters that are striker based, and I would love for them to get into something like this. I don't know how much they pay, but it's got to be comparable to other kickboxing organizations. So how would I train for this? I would think maybe there's a gymnastic style mat that you could probably rent or purchase that you could set up against a wall to reenact it, but there's no way you're getting a whole pit to practice in.
You'd almost have to build like a kind of slanted wall out of foam or something.
Yeah. You'd have to get creative for sure. I think that would be a huge advantage for a fighter to have that ability to practice it. I mean, it's like, we see it now with the MMA fights. You get these smaller gyms who have, fantastic talent, but they're unfamiliar with the rings or the cages. So when they actually step into competition, that's, one of their big weaknesses is they don't have that ability to control the ring or to escape a corner or, fight off of a cage wall, which is much different than a padded wall.
Did you get... When you went to the event, did you get to walk inside of the...
I got to do a little shadow boxing in there.
And it feels like
great.
Normal
If
matted area.
I was competing, this would be my dream organization.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. For me, because I have some grappling, right? Like, I did jiu-jitsu for a long time.
You are a brown belt, Rich.
Technically a brown belt. But I don't really fancy my style to be like a ground fighter. So I never really had a lot of success in MMA, but I did, really well in kickboxing and Muay Thai. So if I could blend those two with my grappling, but just enough. And on the other hand, I'm also not, putting myself in these ground situations where I can get hurt.
What is that? And I struggle with this often. What is the name of that martial art where it was like striking with throws?
Sanda.
Sanda.
They also call it Sanshao, but it's essentially
Sanshao,
the same.
yeah.
Yeah. I love it. I spoke about it on the podcast before. Growing up, they used to do a lot of like K1 and ISK replays on ESPN, and that's kind of where I started watching martial arts. And Kung Lee was often, kind of displayed on those, and he was a Sanshao champion. And you would see the wildest throws, the wildest slams. Now, I believe a lot of those takedowns, again, are going to be considered illegal for karate combat, but they still get some pretty sensational ones.
I think that's the really hard thing about developing a new combat sport, because as the rules are changing, like when I went to see it, I don't believe that you were allowed to do thigh kicks.
Oh, interesting.
Like,
Yes,
I don't think
you're
allowed
correct.
to do round kicks to the thigh, but I don't know if that's still the case or not.
I do believe they've changed that, but yes, you're correct. I do believe, reading into it, at some point they didn't allow kicks to the thigh, which is just wild,
I think they were trying to differentiate themselves from Muay Thai.
Yeah.
Was it full contact where you could only kick above the waist? The original karate rules.
Yeah, full contact karate was above the waist. They didn't. They kind of looked at leg kicks as like kind of like a lesser than technique.
Yeah.
Like you can't really do a lot of damage, and those who attack the legs aren't skilled enough to attack the head. That was kind of like the thought.
This is kind of the same. Like if you can't break the guard and you start to attack the legs,
Yeah.
you're not a jiu-jitsu guy.
Right, which again, that's just stylism. It's theology. There's no. So let's talk about that. Anthony Pettis is fighting tonight, right? And his head coach is Duke Rufus. Famous Duke Rufus, and his brother. For those kickboxing fans, Rick Rufus,
famous for being upset about the thigh kicks. Yeah.
So there's a match that happened over in Thailand that was considered the day striking changed. And we had Rick Rufus versus a Thai fighter. And Rick Rufus at the time was one of the top full contact karate fighters. And they allowed Thai rules outside of the clinch. I don't think they allowed the clinch. And it was actually a really great fight. If you can go back and watch it, Rick Rufus represented very well. But ultimately, I think he was beaten by the leg kicks.
Yeah,
which completely changed how they interpreted them. And so when they came back to the States, they started to study them. And actually now you'll see out of Duke Rufus's camp, his fighters are great at leg kicks, and even more so, they were one of the first gyms to really adopt the calf kick. So it's just fun to kind of think of the evolution
of the
and
sport.
where it's led us to. Now we're watching karate.
Yeah, poor
in a
Duke
pit.
Rufus gets a lot of views on that video where he talks about leg kicks being cheating.
Yeah, but there had to be at some point some sacrificial lamb to learn the lesson for all of us. And I don't hold anything against Rick Rufus. That's just martial arts, right? The evolution is we have our quote unquote masters telling us what does and doesn't work. And then we go to compete, and we find out the truth.
Fair.
I love this space theme. I am such a sucker for themes.
Are you?
I love a good theme party. I love a good...
My neighbors had a Costco party where everyone dressed up like they worked at Costco.
That might depress me.
And they
I don't like that.
They labeled everything like Costco labels on their entire house.
That would actually kind of depress me. I
Not a
worked at
Costco party.
Publix, and so like the whole department store vibe wouldn't hold well in my head. Beautiful Bruce Lee tattoo.
Ah. I just want to know if the alien women were hired by Karate Combat, or they just
Showed up that way.
showed up and went for it.
I imagine they were hired.
They were like, "Oh, you guys doing a space theme? Crazy."
Me and 4 of my friends have the same outfit. Oh, I bet GSP is loving this alien themed.
Oh yeah. Now are they doing like a Bitcoin thing or?
Oh boy, I'm not the guy to talk to, but yes, they are heavily into kind of cryptocurrency. I can't tell if it's Bitcoin or something else.
I think it's their own.
Yeah, I think they do have their own. That is not my realm of expertise. Nothing financially is, so I couldn't tell you. I do love that they're sponsored by 9 Round Kickboxing.
Yeah, no one's walked into a 9 rounds before. No offense to 9 rounds.
No, all the offense to 9 rounds.
Jesus, shots fired. You know, shout out to Georges St-Pierre for being one of the few fighters that after retirement is still in absolutely amazing shape.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
The
sick,
dude's an
amazing
animal.
shape.
Yeah, the dude's an animal. He's actually probably healthier, right? You would imagine he's much healthier now than he was when he was competing. Because when you're competing, one misconception. Yeah, misconception. Well, diet too, right? And then you have that whole weight cut process that really kind of destroys your body over time. So this is actually a technique you see a lot in all combat sports, but I find it very humorous that karate guys are really into it as well. Is the overhand. That overhand or
spamming the overhand
or that ridge hand style kind of throw that Chuck Liddell was famous for. You do see a ton of these fighters kind of base their whole style on landing that. I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah, we had to talk about this where you said that you almost didn't.
It's one of the last.
Throw the overhand
it's
anymore.
One of the last kind of techniques I really kind of cover with my guys, and I do emphasize almost all other punches to get comfortable with over the overhand. Yeah, just because again there is a lot of power that comes from it, and it is a devastating strike when landed well. But if you get too comfortable and you just rely to it, look at that. He threw it. He saw it coming. Counter left hook. In that exchange, hurt himself on that throw.
I don't know what that was though.
He was trying to do a belly to belly suplex and he just didn't have the turn. It looked like Black Fighter just kept his hips real square and was able to pressure in.
Oh.
But again, I hopefully I'm wrong, but he's gonna throw this overhand again. He's gonna get timed
7,
for it.
6.
There, he gets timed, gets right straight. So if we were to compare techniques, when he threw those overhands, even if they made contact, he got severely more hurt off the counter left hand and the counter right straight. So that tells you, in my opinion, a left hook or a right straight is going to be a better technique than that rear overhand. It's just too much time and space in between your reset and your attack.
Problem is it lands. When it lands, it lands.
Well, yeah, it's high risk, high reward.
Yeah, it's a devastating strike when it lands.
But you got to land it. You're more likely to land a straight strike or a more acute angled punch.
It does seem like you said this before. When people start learning how to throw it, that's they decide that's all they're throwing. Here we go. Beautiful. He doesn't churn. He didn't churn. That's the problem. Yeah, that hurt.
We call that a suicide toss.
Ooh.
If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. And that kind of seems to be this guy's style, right? As he's throwing these big looping shots. He wants to make contact to get the KO, but it's really not worth the effort because he's not landing clean and he's getting hit for it. He tries to do the big throw instead of a technical throw or technical takedown, and he ends up getting hurt for it.
Maybe you heard your video about Big and Scary.
Yeah, that's, based on your position and what's happening in the fight. You shouldn't always fight Big and Scary. We got Raymond Daniels, who's fighting later tonight. It seems he's either cornering or just enjoying the fights on the sidelines. Okay, the commentators say Elijah Everill's his protege. Can we talk about Raymond Daniels for a second?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
One of my favorite fighters of all times, and not simply because of his amazing, entertaining study, no. But he's literally fought in almost every combat sport. Kickboxing, obviously, he's got a long story career there. But let's kick it back to the World Combat League. owned by Chuck Norris.
WCFL,
Yeah,
huh?
where not CFL, WCL.
Yeah, WCFL, right?
I think you're thinking of a local organization, WCFL.
What is it?
WCL, I believe, is what it was called. World Combat League.
Yeah. What am I saying? WCFL.
Yeah.
I thought it was World Combat Fight League, or was World? What was it?
Well, one of us is going to be right, one of us is going to be wrong. I'm not sure though. But it was owned by Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
And that's where Raymond Daniels and Stephen Wonderboy Thompson really kind of made their name known. But he fought there, which also had a similar style pit, completely different rule set.
Yeah. It
Completely
was
different
more of a
rule set.
circle though, I think.
It was a circle pit, yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna maybe add to this. Hold on.
But like I was saying, he's fought in every type of, not every type, but just about every type of rule set. He's done MMA. He's fought in big promotions for that. He's done kickboxing. Obviously, he was a Glory contender. I believe he was a champion at one point as well in Glory. Bellator kickboxing, Bellator MMA, all that fun stuff.
All right, Rich. What I have here.
Fantastic.
I have the Chuck Norris Presents WCL Season 1 Greatest Knockouts and Knockdowns
Fantastic.
DVD. That's right.
WCL, though.
WCL, yes. I have had this. When did this come out?
Oh, boy. That's got to be 2009?
2008.
2008.
They had a woman. They had a woman fighting.
Oh, they had, yeah. So, man, let's talk about WCL for a second. This was one of those funky promotions, again, owned by Chuck Norris, that took a chance. And for those who are initiated to it, who know about it, it's insane fights. They're one-round fights, and you get penalized for not attacking. So it's like a 2-minute fight, and it's nonstop action, nonstop strikes. And as you see, they have a whole DVD highlight of knockdowns and knockouts from just season 1 that Stephen Wonderboy Thompson was sleeping people constantly. Raymond Daniels was
Wonderboy in that?
Yeah, his dad was a coach, and he was one of the fighters.
Wow.
It was when he was actually a boy. He was like, early 20s.
No kidding.
Yeah. So WCL, really, I think at that time where, we're coming out of the Ultimate Fighter 1 season, a couple years later, MMA is really coming up. Chuck Norris says, let's take high-level strikers, which obviously are way more entertaining, and just put them in a pit, 2-minute rounds, and they get penalized for not attacking. And it's also a team sport. So you have 5 fighters on your team versus 5 fighters on another team. And if you win by knockout or TKO, it's 15 points. If you win by decision, it's like 3 points. And by the end of the 5 bouts against another team, they determine a team winner. If you get knocked out in your fight, you get replaced in the second round. So what they would do is say Stephen Wonderboy is fighting. He knocks out his first opponent. Well, in the second round, he gets to fight a new guy. And it wouldn't be uncommon for these guys to get 2 knockouts in one night.
No kidding.
Fun event. I love WCL. That's awesome you have that.
Yeah,
I might borrow it.
Yeah. Hey, man. Do you have a DVD player is the question.
Of course.
Really?
Yeah.
I do not own a DVD player.
You don't own a DVD?
I do not own a DVD player.
I mean, your computer can't play it?
There's no
disc drive?
There's no disc drive.
The curse of convenience.
Yeah, man. I have a lot of these DVDs.
That's awesome.
But look at that. I wonder if I knew any of these people on the back here.
Oh, you're going to recognize some names, I'm sure.
I don't know. We might have to do an episode where we watch that.
That sounds great.
We talk about it.
If it's just all knockouts and stuff.
Yeah. I wonder if we could stream that and not get sued.
I've looked up videos on YouTube before, and they don't have like full episodes or anything like that. And I don't think Chuck Norris is really money hungry enough to come after us.
No. I don't want to get a copyright violation. I got a copyright violation one time because we were doing a fight companion like this for the UFC. And just you could hear this in the background because I didn't filter it out. And this one we filtered out the fight sounds.
I gotcha.
So if you're watching the YouTube, you shouldn't be able to hear the fight sounds. You should just be unfortunately be hearing us talking. And then hopefully you're watching. That screen is very intense. It looks very good. Who is this guy?
Just some sailor.
The sailor in the crowd is getting it.
Yeah, that was the interesting thing. Apparently, one of their business models is they kind of bring in these like internet influencers.
Yes.
And I believe Mitchell was talking about this on his podcast with us. They bring in these influencers and basically they just, treat them to a good time. They kind of give them a little more access to the show. They're streaming it live. They're kind of doing their own commentary over it, which is very interesting. Again, UFC kind of played with a secondary commentary team with Snoop Dogg and Uriah Faber for the Contender Series. I think they're just kind of playing with that concept. Not everyone wants to listen to Boss Rutan and GSP, I guess.
I mean, I guess they're listening to us. Someone out there, somewhere hopefully, probably my girlfriend, is listening to us. Oh, there it was.
One kick will immortalize you forever. Didn't even finish the fight. Didn't even finish it. We love Benson Henderson, but he's 0-2 against Mr. Pettis. So this very well could be his final match, and he could cement some type of fulfillment if he can finish.
It
Anthony
does
Pettis.
seem like when these organizations pop up, they try to capitalize on the names of fighters that unfortunately maybe are not at the biggest stage that they once were at,
I can't fault the promotion for doing that because, if you're starting up, right?
You need eyes. You need eyes on
the ultimate goal is to build your own champions, right?
Yeah.
You got athletes who came from 0-0 and they worked their way up and now they're the world champion. But to kind of get those initial eyes, you are gonna probably kind of pick off the work of other organizations.
Sure. I mean, look, Pettis and Henderson, they're not that old, so it's not like they're that old. But we've definitely seen some organizations that bring in guys that are, well in the retired frame,
Oh, for sure. And for those two, I don't dislike them doing this at all, right? This is for them, lifelong martial artists. They've got to experience everything, the highs, the lows. This is just a new challenge for them. But it is always kind of sad when you see a little bit more of a worn out fighter, someone who's been slept a few times, and then they go into something like bare knuckle or, bare knuckle MMA or something like that.
And don't get me wrong, I love bare knuckle. I'm not
opposed to it, but we all know it's very damaging, and when you already seen a guy take a lot over the years. But here's the other thing, guys. If you're not a fan of that, you don't have to watch it, and you don't get to make those decisions for the fighters. They get to choose that. I'm just the type that likes to ruin the magic. So if you're watching the YouTube of the Karate Combat, they kind of do these little segments with like Boss Rutan and GSP kind of before the show, and they'll have them do like multiple takes, which kind of takes you out of the moment. But it is pretty interesting to see how smoothly they put it together. Hoping we get more knockouts on this card, because that is kind of one of the things about Karate Combat is you do see a good deal of knockdowns and knockouts.
Well, it's definitely an interesting.
I love this fight. I got to train with Jenkins in Vegas, and he's had a few fights in the PFL that are just probably their best fights, their biggest wars. He's a very dynamic striker. He's out of Florida, actually, originally from, I want to say, Gainesville. He's got 50 fights, professional fights, between MMA, kickboxing, boxing, and now karate.
They both Pettis and Henderson look like they're still in exceptionally good shape.
Yeah, from what I'm told, Benson Henderson still trains with a MMA lab, and he's still like one of the best guys in the room. And they've continuously through the years had some of the best up and comers and kind of I don't want to use the term journeyman, but contenders and such in the UFC. And
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that term though either. There are guys that are in that like the Cowboy Cerrones that are in the middle there, that are probably better than 99% of people in the world.
Yeah,
but they're not in the top 3.
Sure.
And they're always going to kind of be in the top 15.
How do you feel like when you're teaching fighters and stuff, like where do you kind of put what they would call advanced striking techniques, spin techniques, jumping techniques?
I'm a fundamentalist. I'm a traditionalist. I don't really teach.
You stick to
the
ones and twos.
Yeah. But
I also go there, but we do touch on
every once in a while when things are stale, I'll do something wild.
Yeah.
I think, and my belief is, what I usually teach is that you can get away with something flashy one time, and if it lands, it'll win.
Yeah. So what I teach is the analogy I use is in a video game, right? A lot of people play shooter video games. So let's imagine you're a shooter. You're gonna have hundreds of bullets, but you're going to only have about 3 grenades.
Yeah.
So your bullets are your 1s, 2s, 3s, your regular roundhouse, your front kicks, those fundamental techniques that every coach is going to ask for. Your grenades are going to be your spin kick, your spinning back fist, your jump roundhouse.
I think it's very frustrating when, because I teach very traditionally, because I teach very like 1s and 2s, because of very like fundamental striking.
Mm-hmm.
I think that when guys come in that are very like hands down, kind of wild, kind of whatever, and you see that there was a guy in the UFC recently. I want to say he beat Glover Teixeira. He beat a lot of guys, and then he ran into. What is this guy's name? It's going to bother me. But he was all over the place, completely wild. Arms are like down. And then.
Are we talking about Yuri Prochazka?
Yuri Prochazka. Maybe. Hold on. Maybe. You may have gotten that one correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
The man is
he just lost to Pereira.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And he was on a run.
Mm-hmm.
He had beat,
technically he was the champion.
Dominic Reyes, yes.
Yeah, and he's very flashy, but he gets hit a lot. He gets hit hard, but he could generally take it. But yeah, I agree. He definitely seems like he's holding the special button down. Way more than
he's doing some wild things and getting away with it. Yeah.
And this is something I tell guys too. Like, what you practice is what you're going to build confidence in. So if you're spinning a majority of your rounds, you're going to build a lot of confidence there. But the thing is, you have to look at it logically. What is the risk and reward? Well, the risk of a spin attack,
you get punched in the back of the fucking head.
You can get hit in the back of the head. You can run into a strike you don't see coming. You're generally speaking going to be off base because in order to spin, one foot's going to come off the ground. And again, you may injure your own self, whether it's your leg, your hand,
Paige Van Zandt broke her forearm
on a spinning back fist.
Trying to spin.
Yeah. And again, it's one of those things. But if I land it, and
it's
I'm
like the overhand. It's like the overhand.
Or why not a jab? We've seen guys get knocked out by jabs. Land your jab. Maybe you'll win by just.
I mean, the Jungle MMA in Orlando, Florida, is completely built off of a jab that knocked out my man. What is his name?
Oh, Kimbo Slice.
Yeah,
Seth Petrozelli with the. I think it was a one-legged jab. He had one leg up as he landed the jab. But yeah, it was very fundamental karate.
I think these are the guys
Speaking of.
that got into it. Okay, so now we're going into the next fight. This is Gabriel
Stankunas.
Stankunas?
Let's call him that. Stanky.
From Brazil, my man Stank. I think they got into it pre-fight in the weigh-ins.
Okay, so this one's the heated one.
Yeah, they got a little heated, I think. Oh, and that guy, the coach tripped going up the stairs.
He's blinded by the fury.
Oh, he's blinded by the outer space visions, man. We should do this. You think we could do this?
This is what people envision the Sphere in Vegas to look like.
Yes,
have you seen videos of the inside?
That is amazing.
Have you seen the lower deck view?
No.
Ooh, look that up.
Is that bad?
So there's 2 decks, right? Two layers apparently. So there's a lower deck in the Sphere that half your vision is blinded because there's a deck above you.
Really?
Yeah, and it's still hundreds of dollars for tickets down there.
Oh.
So more or less, you're getting like a movie theater view,
Uh-huh.
as opposed to the people above you who are getting the Sphere.
Well, we live in two Americas, my friend.
Yeah. I would not go to the Sphere just knowing that.
Well,
I
I'd
just feel
go,
like that's
but
a
I want to
fall.
be on top, you know?
You'd spend the $1,500.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm just rolling in cash.
Right.
We got, all these views on YouTube right now.
Appreciate it, guys. Keep following, liking, subscribing.
Sharing. Oh yeah, they're feeling hot.
Well, let's hope.
Do you
that
want to
they
buy
back
some
up.
Karate Combat pajamas?
Not the pajamas, but I do like their gear, man. I like some of their shirts. I like their gloves.
Do you like that they don't play karate? Okay, here we go. I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce this man's name. Sadio.
We're gonna call him Black Fighter and White Fighter.
And that is in the shorts, the pants.
Pants. Actually, they call them karate trousers.
Really?
Trousers, son.
Why?
I don't know, brother. Europeans.
I don't know. Karate. Why don't they just call them like kimono?
I don't think it's part of that.
It's the trousers. Ooh.
So Black Fighter did a nice hip feint and then came over the top with it overhand.
No,
but
he's not. I don't know if we can say that. I'm with you, but kind of
What?
a fall.
You're saying Black Fighter, White Fighter?
Yeah, I don't know if we can say that. I have no idea.
I absolutely feel okay with saying Black Fighter,
Black
White Fighter.
Fighter. Hey, we'll run with it. I'm for it. They're two. I mean,
We can call them Red Gloves, Blue Gloves.
we could call them like they're both Latin guys for sure.
No, are you kidding me? That's not a Latin name.
Oh yeah, you're right.
There's too many K's
Well, I
and
don't know.
V's.
What do you think? You think he's like? What is that flag?
That Belarus?
Oh my god, I feel so uneducated right now.
If I'm right on Belarus, I deserve something.
Somebody Google that. Jamie, can you look that up for us?
I'm going to be Jamie for a second.
Yeah.
Nope, that's not the Belarus flag.
Damn.
It's all good.
I wonder if I Google this guy's name.
Uzbekistani. Would have never gotten it. But it makes perfect sense.
Oh man.
So we got a minute 21 left in this round. This is round 1 between the Uzbekistani Kakhramonov versus the Brazilian Gabriel Stankunas. So
I don't
we
know
got
if you
this.
could say Stankunas on the channel.
He said Stankunas, so maybe that's what it's appropriately.
Oh God. So like these two rednecks.
I swear I'm not.
Ooh,
Beautiful
very
combination.
very clean.
Nice dump.
Oh, nice, yeah.
But he needs to come off his knees to do ground and pound, so he's not getting off his knees. So the referee, as he did, is supposed to break him.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a fan of the belt.
Yeah, I feel like we can lose the belt. There's actually a fight not too long ago against Ross Levine where the fighter grabbed the belt and used it to pull him in and then punched. And
I used to do that in jiu-jitsu.
It's great,
Right
right?
around by the belt, then
Yeah.
when they move him around.
Yeah.
I used to have an instructor that when he would compete with guys in jiu-jitsu, he would make it a habit to try to retie their belt
Yeah.
as just like
I've had that done to me. Shout out Tiago Dominguez. So technically now he's grounded, but for a moment he wasn't. So he kind of sat down, recognizing that
slid down the wall a little bit there.
I could probably get kicked in the face here. So
this guy just...
that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, my
This seems
God.
to be a danger. That is probably my biggest
What if they hurt themselves going up the thing?
That's what I'm saying, man.
They just took a beating, they get up, and then they try to run that thing up that thing, and they fall.
We've talked about it before. I don't even have my fighters sit generally. In the gym, most times you're standing in between rounds. Your rest round is you just chilling in the gym.
I don't know why they don't have
I would
like
be
a little...
totally fine with my fighters staying in the pit.
Couldn't they
I'll
just have
throw them a bottle of water, talk to them from there.
I don't... Or couldn't they just walk down in there?
They don't let them.
Wouldn't it be easier for that guy to walk down in there?
They don't let them. I don't know. It's so strange that these, foreign entities dance very similar to our Earth women.
Oh, that dropped him.
Yeah, that did hurt him. There should be a count, though. He kind of waited on that count too long.
So he's fully grounded.
So this is all illegal ground and pound, illegal positioning. Again,
This is inherently the problem with these organizations.
Yes.
Because I don't know why, because they were most recently in the Dominican Republic.
Mm-hmm.
They were in Miami. They were in Orlando. They're in Vegas. And I understand the appeal of being in Vegas. What I think the problem is, I can't hire referees, right? The referees are through the association, right?
Yeah.
But I can
Commission.
continue to put the same event on in the same place and request the same referees, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we had this guy referee the previous one. We'd like to have him again.
Correct.
He understands the rules. I think by changing your locations constantly, you're going to get refs that have never... They have no rep time. They have no ring time.
Yeah, and it's probably nearly, like we were stating, not having a pit in the gym. It's probably nearly impossible for him to get that outside of doing the event, right? So, yeah, I think there's a huge advantage if you continue to use the same commission. Oof.
Big shot. Now he's throwing hooks.
Yeah.
He's throwing grounded hooks. So, I mean, that's the problem where it's like the rules are very, I don't know if I'd say they're subjective or.
They're definitely subjective, and they're definitely not.
Ooh,
big
that was
hip toss.
beautiful hip throw.
Yeah.
Was that legal?
But this positioning is
And
not. And
he's
now he's doing
grounded.
hammer fist. Those, again, to my knowledge, when
And
I
he's
was there,
completely grounded.
completely grounded.
I don't want to make this. I don't want to sit here and say, okay, he's saying no hammer fist, right?
Yeah. And again, though, he said no hammer fist, but he landed.
Oh, big
knockdown.
shot! Big shot!
Red corner is probably about to finish.
Fight's
this.
over.
So he gave him that 5-second count. He's allowing him to continue.
Oh no! Okay, all right.
Ooh, tagged him. Yeah, so red corner really should go back to just that boxing. Keep it simple. Start with a jab. He's throwing a little too wide on that.
And this is what, the second round? You think he's gonna get out of this? 16, 15.
If I was red corner's fighter, I would be urging that he finishes.
The black fighter, is that what you're... Oh, what a slip.
Take that time to go.
Let me ask you a question. Is he going to be able to climb back up that wall?
He did slip in the first one.
Is he going to be able to climb back up that wall
$5 says no.
now? Ooh, I hope they show it.
Good for him. I'll Venmo you the $5.
Oh, man. That was a beautiful, beautiful hook. And for those watching at home, the rear hook, which we've done a whole episode about. Yeah, we talked about it in the previous episode. Nobody thinks that no one wants to teach the rear hook because it's whatever.
Yeah.
We need to I think we should do like a YouTube
Love
video.
That. What a nice
where
what a
we
nice pass punch.
Those hammer fists were illegal apparently.
And he got warned after landing several. What does the warning mean? So
I was listening to Pete Peterson's kind of preliminary podcast. I sent it to you on YouTube.
I haven't got a
Did you
chance to
listen
listen to it. Yeah.
And they were talking about utilizing illegal techniques once or twice in a fight because you won't get pointed until probably the third time.
Sure.
But that it's dangerous because if the person cannot continue,
there's a DQ on the board. Yeah. I mean, shit. I teach that. I don't enforce it. I don't think that I'm like telling my fighters to cheat or anything. But I teach it in the sense of fighters will cheat. There is ways to bend the rules, and in some people's minds, they're this.
That was a hip throw
with the pants grabbed.
Something I actually have often. He lost his mouthpiece.
Oh, did he lose it or did he push it out?
I don't know. Yeah, you know how like when YouTube channel video. I have to skip this in 10 seconds. I don't like that they just put that in the middle of the fight.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know why they don't have like obviously they must not have any relationship with. Now did we miss seconds or
we did.
Okay.
You were saying something beforehand with Pete Peterson and the rules.
Catch a kick. I got one move, one technique for Muay Thai after I catch the kick, if the referee stops it. Because I've definitely seen people string stuff together, and I've taught my guys before, hey, if this doesn't work, keep going until they make you stop.
Yep, until you hit those ropes or etc. Like you said, they make you stop. Great usage of that ground and pound. That was some big and scary ground and pound.
Big and scary ground and pound.
We'd call that a 3-foot punch.
Fight's over. And that's, what is it, Kerry Hathaway?
Kerry Hatley. Yeah, and
hey, look at that. He's ending a fight.
Yeah, maybe a little too soon.
Maybe too soon. Early stoppage.
Well, I think in his defense, what he was seeing was blue tape getting hit a lot without very much.
Talking about the white fighter?
Yes, the white fighter. Can we just do that? Black fighter, white fighter?
Yeah, that's fine.
We're not talking about skin
color. We're talking about pants here, guys. Pants.
Trousers.
Are you allowed? He held the belt for that one to do the throw, that's a very traditional jiu-jitsu throw. Is you grab the belt or judo throw. I don't know if judo does
even
it,
sumo. Sumo goes over to the diaper,
grabs the diaper.
Yeah,
hopes there's not a poo in there.
A little surprise. Yeah, it's very effective for leverage, and obviously you get to use a little more of your strength. But again, these refs, they're not able to see every angle, and they're not.
We can talk about that, but there is sumo wrestling even in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah. I it's crazy to me.
Yeah, sumo exists. It's actually a far more brutal sport than I had ever known, because those palm slaps are essentially punches, and you can look up sumo knockouts. There's some knockouts in sumo that are pretty.
You ever
vicious.
watched any documentaries where they basically just live in a house and just eat all day and sleep?
And like the top guy gets treated like royalty, and everyone below one's trying to take his spot. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do not condone that type of
bullying behavior
culture, but it definitely serves its purpose. Fighter saying he didn't even train for it. Still dominated.
If he was in shape, if this guy was in shape,
I love it. Talk your smack.
Shmoney baby. Hashtag Shmoney baby.
Sure. Robin Black looking like
where is he from?
Canada.
How is he? Is he
Oh, you're asking like his origin story?
Yeah.
So
he looks like a Martian.
So he, I believe, is a lifelong martial artist, but he was a lead singer of some hair metal band. And at some point he started doing these like breakdowns, right? That's what he kind of got famous for, was these martial arts breakdowns. And what makes him kind of different is his charisma,
his energy, if you
his
will.
words. He has a very elaborate vocabulary.
Yeah, he is.
I enjoy it. It can come off distasteful to some people. Like, for instance, my girlfriend doesn't like it. She finds him very annoying. But I enjoy it.
Oh, they do have ring girls. Or maybe that's just the dancer dancing by George St. Pierre.
Let's not jump to conclusions. They are not of our race.
Yeah. That's fair.
I don't want to
That is-
misgender them. Or
That is a space alien twerking.
yes.
I don't know if I needed that.
Who is Shannon Hudson? Oh, is this a 9-round commercial?
No, this is the guy that's fighting.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah. This is the guy that's fighting next.
Interesting. Have you ever taken a 9-round
Okay,
style?
I have a buddy that owns a 9 rounds, so I got to be real careful here. I have a guy that I used to train with. That's a good guy. He owns the local 9 rounds.
I see.
And I don't want to say anything.
I'll be nicer then.
I
A
don't
friend
wanna
of Paul
say-
is a friend of mine.
I don't want to say anything out of sort. I think that the concept is amazing. I think the concept is great. I think that it's just not designed for people like us. You know what I mean? It's designed for moms and dads, and
I will say this is my issue with it.
Okay.
Because if I'm going to talk smack,
we know a lot of UFC. We know a lot of Combat Night fighters are actually 9-round
instructors. And
instructors. I don't know if you knew that.
So I don't know any specifics. I'm not calling anyone out. But I'll say this. I do know people who have worked for him as well, and they actually do not give much care for technique. And
No.
And-
This is no technique at
and
all.
this is my issue because as someone who's done it for so long, I understand the physical benefits,
Sure.
right? The fitness aspect.
Sure.
And you actually gain more fitness benefits.
From doing it correctly.
Correctly.
Right. Okay.
You're using the full length of your arm, the
Let
full
me
length of
ask
your head.
you a question about that, because we have both been mitt men, if that's what you want to call it.
I've never called it that, but I'm going to start calling it now.
We're both
We're
been
mitt
men.
Mitt men. I like that.
We have both fed. I say feed. You don't say that,
I don't
right?
say
What do you
feed
say?
either. Hold.
Hold. So we have both been in the mitt game, if you will.
We be feeding fighters.
We be mitting it up. Have you fed mitts? Or have you held mitts for for like a grandma that wants to do cardio?
Yeah. For 100%.
How picky are you about their form?
Pretty picky.
Pretty picky.
But I'm still not. If you tell me you want to compete someday, I'm the most pickiest.
Sure.
If you tell me I'm just a fan of the sport and I want to do this as an exercise, I will still give you kind of the fighter perspective, but I will be a little more lackadaisical. If you're solely I don't know shit about kickboxing, Muay Thai, whatever, I just want to break up my routine, I'm very relaxed on it. But again, I'm still making you use close to proper technique because that is where the benefit lies.
I struggle with this because for a long time I was making the majority of my income from teaching, and private lessons are your bread and butter. And I had people that would come in that were just like enthusiasts.
Sure.
Maybe they don't really care about, they've never seen any fighting at all, but they enjoyed hitting mitts and stuff like that. And you would try your darndest to get them to do it the right way.
Yeah.
And then you'd kind of just accept that you're never going to get there. And you just be like, all right, just hit the pads.
Sure, you see this a lot with coaches.
Ah, man, and it's kind of sad. I wonder if this guy's directly sponsored by 9. Shannon Hudson's coming out. He is the favorite by 38%. I don't know what that means, but they are letting us know that. Now he is fighting
Shinzo Machida.
I just saw Lyoto is in the corner. I wonder who's in the corner with Lyoto. Now, Lyoto Machida actually lives in Central Florida now, right? I've
Correct.
seen him train around here.
He's been training at Fusion.
Fusion Excel,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Where's Chinzo training out of?
That's a great question. I don't know if I've seen him in clips or anything over at Fusion.
I don't know that I have either.
But you know, he's 46 years old, so that's not an athletic prime.
He just tripped coming down the thing. Like
Speaking
he stumbled.
of which, he looked like a 50-year-old man coming down the pit.
He stumbled coming down the pit. Like he was a little bit like, I don't know if this is good for me.
So I saw some fighters adapt to that by just slide on their butt.
Sit on the
Just
butt and slide.
Like it's a half pipe, right?
Yeah, I wonder if very Lyoto Machida stance on Chinzo.
I love that wide karate base. Hands aren't necessarily down, but they're more chest level, right?
Yeah.
And one thing that I love Machida does a lot is, as we're seeing Chinzo now, some hard feints. He really sells their feints. It's not like a pawing feint. He really puts his shoulders and hips into it. It really makes you believe something's coming. Chinzo had quite a bit of good fights over in Bellator.
It sounds like the commentators are calling the black pants and the white plants.
Yeah, good.
Maybe that's the way to go here.
Instead of black fighter. I get you.
This is that Mark Mark Goddard in the referee?
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
I think that's Mark Goddard, referee. One of the hardest things about trying to be a good referee is that you want to watch other referees, but the camera, they don't ever want to show the referee, right? Like they try their hardest to make sure the referee's never in a shot.
Yeah. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is kind of like, as a referee, a tactic and such, so the camera does get a better view, or at least the judges get a better view. You want to keep your distance more.
Yeah, I struggle with that. Spacing is hard. As a referee, I'm learning, but that is one of the hardest challenges. That you want to be far enough away that some of the really, really good referees are able to use their voice. There's a guy in Glory, he was in Glory. I don't know if Glory's still active.
I know who you're talking about.
That probably
the voice of God. He's
very
like, loud.
Stop.
Yeah,
and people would just stop. Like and. There's something to be said about that. I think at the higher level, it's a lot easier. I don't like that they put favorite 38, favorite 62. I would like it if they just used the traditional, like, underdog.
Yeah, plus or negative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that's coming off of. That's some, like, social media voting system.
I got something earlier from Karate Combat where they were like, log into the app and you can vote now for who you think's going to win. I feel like this has been a very non-eventful striking round.
So that's something we've kind of known through Machida, Lyoto's career. I don't want to say non-eventful, but there is a lot of time in between the action and the,
this guy, he had trouble getting back up there.
I'm telling you, that's a very big problem.
I would be interested to see how many guys end up getting injured going up and down that thing.
I mean, it's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
It's a numbers game.
It's going to happen. Someone's going to, mess their ankle up.
Well, I've already watched a fight in a previous event. It wasn't that specifically, but it was against the pit wall. He was trying to circle away, and his foot kind of like twisted at the edge.
I don't like that this guy is icing his corner using a shopping bag. This guy has a Ziploc. The other guy legitimately had a plastic
grocery bag. I've been there.
Yeah, we've been there too, but this is a big enough event that you could just be like, you guys got a Ziploc?
I will say too, as we've talked about in previous, I don't ice fighters anymore.
Why? Yes, we know. We've talked heavily about this on our Myrtle Beach episode.
Yes.
And I think we did a break off on that where we spent out just the video on that one on our YouTube channel.
And you explained a study that basically
doesn't work.
It has very little, if any, effect at all.
Maybe a psychological effect on the fighter, maybe.
And that's only going to be in place if you tell your fighter, "Hey,
This
believe
works.
this,
This
believe
works.
this magic, believe this ice magic."
Never question the ice magic, sir.
I feel like all my old instructors probably hate hearing me talk
The ice magic.
because I pretty much dispel almost everything they taught.
This is the problem, though, between art and culture. This is the way we've always done things.
Yes.
And the question of why are we doing this?
That's the thing, is not enough people are questioning.
Yeah, well, there's almost a culture of not questioning. I mean, look, in traditional martial arts, unfortunately, there's a lot of abuse, and there's a lot of bad decision-making skills, and some of that comes from not questioning the instructor.
I mean, there's guys out there who call themselves master, right?
Yeah.
And I can't think of a more egotistical kind of like backwards thinking for what true martial artists kind of appeal to, right?
Yeah, I
Like, think of Mr. Miyagi going, "Call me Master Miyagi." It just doesn't fit his character,
yeah,
right?
I mean, like, what do your students call you?
I tell them, you can call me Rich, you can call me Grindle, you can call me Coach, whatever's easiest for you. Yeah.
I usually go with Coach or Paul.
Yeah.
I like Paul. I understand Coach.
Yeah. I tell people you can call me Coach, though there's chances are I'm not going to be your coach.
Let's say hypothetically you taught at a high school.
Uh-huh.
What would you want your students to call you?
Like I'm teaching
Yeah.
kickboxing? and
No,
stuff?
you're teaching like I don't know, algebra or something. What
Oh,
would
my God. You don't
would it
want
be,
me teaching.
Mr. Grindle?
Yeah, Mr. Grindle.
Mr. Grindle?
So most of my
Or
friends...
you go with like Mr. G?
I take, yeah. Just don't make fun of me.
I struggle
Don't
with
hurt my
this, right?
feelings.
I struggle with this because my last name is Antonelli, and no one can ever pronounce that.
Oh,
you know
okay.
what I'm saying?
I like
So-
saying your last name. It's like a fun little...
I can always tell when
challenge.
commentators or announcers don't know how to say my name.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to shout out my man, Black Santa Amos. He had some struggle bus at Nuka MMA with my last name.
Oh, he did. I do
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. And
I remember perking up here and that.
Yeah. I'm like,
I do love correcting the announcers.
I couldn't. That's you and I had a recent event that we kind of took announcing duties. We took turns announcing.
That was rough.
Rough, man.
There's a couple Greek names.
Oh
That
yeah,
threw me
yeah. Oh, I
Shout out
feel
to
bad.
the Greeks though. I love your food and I love your culture, but
Yeah,
your
yeah,
names
yeah,
are
yeah.
rough to say.
I mean, it was.
A lot of H's and L's.
I could never be. I would never want to be. You know, it's always a bad sign when the replay is a bunch of shots missing.
Yes. Nice.
Like missed.
Nice. Oh,
that landed. That missed.
But that's what I was going into, the kind of Machida style, right? Like if you go and review even his best performances, probably of both fighters, it's not these kind of exchanges that you would see from a typical
it's
fighter.
single shots.
It's a
Single
lot
shots.
of air control, a lot of space control, and then one big technique that may lead to a blitz or something for the finish. But yeah, it is that single shot style. Which I'm not opposed to. If that's the style of fighter you are, you don't like taking damage. I mean, Mayweather made a whole career out of, landing maybe 10 shots per round, but not taking any shots himself. Ooh, beautiful sweep off that cock kick. And he keeps a good base to land this ground and pound. But again, I don't think those hammer fists to the body are allowed. Well, we just learned a rule right there.
What is it?
He was warned for essentially at a
Clinch.
tie plum, and he pulled the head down. I have seen guys go single collar tie.
That is Mark Goddard, right?
Yeah, that's Mark
Yeah.
Goddard. Good ref. I bet he reviewed, He did his due
He
diligence.
did. Well, he's done a couple now. He
He
did the
has,
ones
yeah.
in. I think he did the ones in Orlando.
Okay, nice.
I
Yeah.
saw him at the ones in Orlando, and I tried to chat him up, and he did not have any time for that.
Yeah, he's a busy man.
Yeah.
It's probably tea time as well. Ooh, nice left overhand from Black Pants.
Thank you,
fighter,
Black Pants.
Shannon Hudson. Sure, he did a lot of his training at 9-round kickboxing.
Oh my God! Clearly. Oh my God! We're gonna end up with like one viewer, and he's gonna be like, "You guys really shit on fucking 9 rounds, man."
I could get much worse, but I'll be
Oh my
kind.
God.
This is me being kind.
What I don't like is I have a buddy right now that's training at like just like a regular, gym,
Mm-hmm.
and he's doing like a striking class there. It's like heavy hitters striking class,
I see.
and they just basically throw stuff in the air and hit like bags, and it's just like, and he tries to show me stuff he learned in class, and
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like, hey man, that's I don't want to discourage you, but that's just trash.
It's not on the right track. Yeah, I mean, I can't get too upset because there's actual martial arts gyms out there that I disagree with how they teach. But what I dislike about the kind of fitness aspect classes, it's, let's call it like this. It's like the Pottery Barn style of our art.
Ooh.
So you go and you pay to paint a cup. You didn't make the cup. You didn't understand why the cup got made. You don't know what the cup's being used
You're
for.
just painting the
You're
cup.
just painting the cup.
And you're
paying
and you're
for
missing
that.
the fucking lines.
And you're missing the reward that you'd actually get from studying the art and practicing it in a more
Yeah,
efficient way.
I don't.
Is that a good analogy for that? 'Cause
I don't know.
I feel like it is.
I don't know. I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure that I'm gonna go on that limb.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about it off air, and maybe I can convince you. So I think Chinzo's going to end up losing
Is
this
this?
decision.
Are we? How many rounds in are we into this sleeper?
That was the end of the third.
This is a sleeper.
And again, I'm not
These
trying to
guys
be.
didn't
I'm
hit
not.
each other.
I'm not trying to be an ageist, but both of these gentlemen are up there in age, and they
Oh.
both struggled up and down the pit. So that just kind of tells you where they're at physically. Really cool fight,
Oh
Robin.
my God. This guy is just a.
This is the coolest thing. That sweep off the cock kick was really nice.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
That's the only distinguishing thing that happened, and then he missed.
I think
And
Hudson's going to
then-
end up winning just off of the little bit of volume he had more.
I'm telling you right now. What is this guy's name?
Robin Black.
I mean, I'm nobody. Robin Black's obviously making more money than I am. If they got rid of him immediately, I'd be okay with it.
I've heard people say that. I
I
again,
don't think it's helping at all.
I'm a fan, but it is a nuanced taste.
This guy teaches. What
oh
is
wow,
it?
they gave it to Chinzo
Wow.
by UD.
Mark Goddard teaches referee courses,
Mm-hmm.
but only in like Europe and the UAE.
Okay.
I'd love to take. See, they opened the thing so that Mark Goddard can walk
Come
out of it.
Yeah. So that's how it was. Is like, but they can't have him walk out, go up the stairs again. You see the crowds like pretty much covering.
Yeah, something has to be changed there. What is he doing? He doesn't know where to go. He's lost.
Oof. There's a little slip.
He missed that one
Yeah,
again.
there's a little slip.
He's
It's
in
a
the
numbers
wrong,
game.
Now
It's
he's
a
in the
numbers
wrong corner, so he's got to walk to the right corner.
I will not knock on wood.
Oh, look who it is.
Sean O'Malley.
Sean O'Malley in the audience. Sugar Sean O'Malley.
That super fan getting all the attention.
Yeah,
I think I
right?
see Platinum Mike Perry down there as well.
No.
They look like him.
No way.
The gentleman in the button-up shirt next to Sean O'Malley.
Oh my God. That might, yes.
Orlando shout
Yes. Platinum Mike Perry, his wife there. Wow.
I don't know what he's saying.
Platinum pit fights.
But ooh.
Mike Perry recently announced that he was doing his own fight league. But then he also recently announced that he wants to fight Jorge Masvidal and Bare Knuckle FC.
I don't think that'll happen,
He
but
just
it'd be
got
interesting.
$1 million. I think he got more money in his last fight. I saw a statistic that Mike Perry got paid more money in his last fight than he got paid in all of his fights in the UFC.
Good.
That's where the shame is that these guys are having to go to these other organizations to get the money that UFC could be giving them.
100%. And that's, again, I'm all for opportunity. I love the UFC because, again, it is the highest standard for an MMA promotion, and it's been around for so long. There's a long history of me watching it.
I mean, I've never. You have the resume of having. I never got to corner
on a UFC
in the
card.
UFC card. Yeah, you did. You did, in fact.
I haven't gotten
you son of a bitch.
I haven't gotten the true corner experience because I've only been in the Apex.
Fair.
So once I get a arena under my belt, I will be a little more. I'll bring it up a lot more. Let's say that.
Fair. I will be right back. I'm gonna take a quick commercial break myself.
Cool. I'm gonna sit here and talk to our couple listeners.
There's somebody listening, I'm sure.
In the comments, guys, tell us your thoughts on the twerking aliens that the commentary team can't get over.
Rich, I got a watermelon mint beer.
Interesting.
This is, here, I got one for you.
Fantastic. German quality.
It's German. This is Schaffenhofer. They sell this at Disney. I think it tastes interesting. I'm not going to say good.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As the Germans say, Props.
I did not know they said that.
It's one of my interesting things about my life is I took German in high school. I passed.
Very punk of you.
I passed with a C. And that's solely because my teacher's a real sweetheart. Shout out Frau Buckout. She's an angel of a human.
Frau
Buckout. She could have taught French and Spanish as well, but she's only one woman, you know. But yeah, she was a phenomenal teacher.
All right.
German, knowing the little I have learned, has not helped me at all in my life. Anyone out there learning languages, pick Spanish. That would have
That's a bad choice, huh?
Growing up and living in Florida, Spanish is the number 2 language.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, it's not German.
It's probably like English, Spanish, and then like Creole. And you chose German.
Swahili, I think, is pretty popular in the South.
I don't know if that is true or not. Is that true? Are there a lot of Swahili?
In my experience, Swahili is pretty popular.
What is
Patois? There's a lot of Patois speakers as well.
What is patois?
It's like a islander language.
Okay.
Shout out all my Patois speakers.
Oh my God.
It's a beautiful language.
Yeah, maybe, I guess.
Ooh, interesting looking ref, Mike Bell.
Mike Bell
looks like the world's headbutting champion. He hit you with that spinning back headbutt.
Mike Bell looks like the mad scientist from, or not the mad scientist, the old guy from Futurama.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
the scientist guy.
Fry's nephew.
Fry's
great nephew.
Yeah. All right, 2 guys whose name I absolutely cannot pronounce.
Shazib Rind is probably wrong, but that's what I'm going to say.
Federico Avila.
So we have an Italian fighter versus a Pakistani fighter, and this is one of those things when I'm sure he's talking about right now. This is very interesting with this karate combat sport, which is you're going to see a few different nationalities that don't necessarily get represented in other combat sports because karate is popular, especially as an Olympic sport, in some countries that you may find surprising, such as Pakistan. And this is one of the world champs in that style of karate. And
really?
I believe he's making his karate combat debut. And that's the thing, man. It can draw in some of these Olympic caliber athletes.
Beautiful strikes here.
Yeah, very crisp.
The Black Pants fighter is very sharp.
Ooh, I like that little underhook.
Outpowered, just overpowered him.
Yeah.
Staying in the proper
position, 2 feet on the ground.
Yeah.
Punching straight. Mike Bell enforcing the rules. 5-second count. He's back up.
Mike Bell looks like he might be the Crystal Skull from the Crystal Skull films.
Well,
people must talk epic shit about me too, though. It's okay.
Oh, I've got my issues as well. So what I like to see from these more traditional style karate fighters. Ooh, I love that.
Was that legal? I'm taking it. Must have been.
It must have been.
That was such a clean. See, these are all things that don't really work in MMA.
Correct.
Right?
And that's what I was getting to is I really want to see with these traditional style karate fighters really kind of, that was an illegal kick. That was an illegal kick. Yeah. Ill-timed for sure. So give him some recovery time. Oh, okay. He's just on a fight. Interesting choice. So we're going to see.
Landed.
Oh, there's the technique. So we're going to see techniques used from these karate guys that generally don't, like you said, work well in MMA. Like that overhook toss he did or that axe kick. Axe kicks are, we've talked about, a pretty low percentage move. But with that pit wall, they've actually been shown to be pretty effective. And I love seeing these, let's call unorthodox techniques being utilized somewhere. Ooh, nice back fist. He is rocked. He is hurt.
Saved by the bell, maybe.
So Black Trousers definitely taking that fight.
Oh,
or taking that round.
That round for sure.
He got everything. He got
Yeah.
So let's talk about scoring criteria because I got to judge for them.
Oh, do you have it up?
I have it, boy. I love scoring criteria. I love talking about it. So what drew me to Karate Combat is once I learned the scoring criteria, it made me really excited to really kind of dive into watching these fights the way the judges are supposed to. So, number 1, advanced striking techniques. So what they defined as advanced striking techniques when I was learning the scoring criteria, look at that toss.
Beautiful,
Just great.
beautiful toss.
And he didn't have the full overhook. It was just like a
No.
quarter overhook. It was
I think, well, let's get back to your...
scoring criteria. So, advanced striking techniques. That spinning back fist he ended the round with. Anything that spins, jumps, or comes off the pit, they're going to consider advanced striking techniques. So, underneath that, head kicks specifically.
Okay.
So now we're encouraging fighters to do riskier techniques. And again, as we were speaking about before, high risk, high reward.
Fight's over.
Speaking of head kicks.
Beautiful head kick. He is starched, dude. This guy is struggling.
That is a corpse we are looking at.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
it's turning purple. I don't like that.
Oh, that's not good.
Off the wall celebration, pretty cool though.
Oh, man. I hope he is okay. That man
And that's something you see.
was struggling.
That's something you see in karate a lot. Is that kind of like no hip head kick with the lead leg. They just kind of flash it up there, right? That snap roundhouse. And I love that technique. That's one of my favorite. Techniques.
They are.
Oh, attending to that.
They are.
I'm trying to move on. I don't want to talk about the dead body.
Oh my God! I don't know. That guy might be really hurt.
Oh, of course he is. That was a perfectly landed head
They
kick.
want him to sit down.
Yeah. How did maybe we should look into that because why do they make the fighters get on a stool? That seems a little counterproductive. Ooh, just a little level change to set it up. That's all I needed. Looked low, kicked high, classic.
Where did it land? On his chin?
Yeah, it looked like jaw/neck. Let's see it here. Oh yeah, that was mostly just
I
jaw.
wonder if he broke his jaw in the process.
Let's go ahead and say
His
so.
head bounced off.
That's what I'm more concerned about. Is what is the injury to the brain? Oof.
Oh, I hope that guy's all right.
So two of the best at that technique are actually commentating this. Boss Rutan and George St. Pierre both have some significant knockdowns with that look low, kick high technique. So I love that. I love seeing that move.
Damn, this guy is still. What were they gonna? Why? What was up with the stool? You texting retro?
No. I was going to go back into the scoring criteria.
Oh, okay, yeah. Give me the scoring criteria.
So now that we're about to get into another fight after this. So advanced striking techniques, something that's jumping, spinning, or utilizing the pit. Head kicks, as we saw there. So had that not knocked him out, and that was the say that's all that happened in the round, he's going to win because that's a high scoring technique. Then takedowns with follow-ups. Takedowns, not enough. It's takedowns with follow-ups. Then we go into significant strikes. So this is like a strike count, particularly those who make the most impact. Then we have takedowns. So maybe it's close, but one guy got more takedowns. There was no follow-up, but they're still going to give it to the guy with more takedowns. Then we go into effective aggressiveness and then pit control, as we've seen in other scoring criteria, is that aggressiveness and ring control tend to score favorably. But the big change compared to most is that specific advanced striking techniques being number 1 and then head kicks being number 2. Then takedowns with follow-ups. Most of these fights are going to be decided on those 3 things.
Now you did it, I didn't, so I don't know. That feels like it'd be very hard to judge.
Now, I will say, for me, I found it kind of easy to judge.
Okay.
I will say with the other judges I was working with and speaking to, they found it very difficult because they were mostly boxing judges or kickboxing judges. I think everyone who went to decision got the right decision, but there was one judge in particular who was off a lot. And before the event started, the other judges were warning me, like, this guy is this guy's a little bit of an oddball, and it showed. I won't go into the details, but yeah, it was just some questionable work.
This guy's in amazing shape, huh?
Love the headband.
What is that?
I don't know. It's probably something to do with his religion, but love it because it looks great with the karate belt. Looks great with the trousers.
His hair looks good, right?
Yeah,
his hair looks good. I mean, the pants are cool.
It doesn't help that he's ripped, right?
Would you buy a Karate Combat trouser?
If they're comfortable, I would. I'm not training in them, but I'm definitely.
You wouldn't train in them.
I'm definitely wearing them around the house. Oh, that's nice. He's thanking everyone continuously.
The Karate Combat black belt is only $8 on karate.com.
You know, I've been needing to buy me a black belt. So
they have those same pants, but as fight shorts for $30.
Yeah, those look nice, right? I like the design.
Why aren't it's kind of a Tron-esque?
I was gonna say it's got that like future retro kind of look. What is that called? Retrofuturism is a type of art. That's what it kind of reminds me of. What are your thoughts, Paul?
Hold on. $80 for the gi.
I'll pass on the gi.
Okay, I'm just letting you know.
Karate gis are pretty weak, generally speaking.
I'm just letting you know, man. My thoughts on.
So what are your thoughts on the place showing respect holds in full contact competition? I know when we did our episode with Felicia, we talked about her kind of mentality on it. Which obviously she shows a lot of respect.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm more in the. Man, I have very mixed feelings about this right now. Okay. So one is that I want my fighters to appear from bell to bell. Not even bell to bell. From pre-fight till decision or finish, I want my guy or girl to be a fucking murderer, to be a serial killer. I want you to be terrified of them. And I don't know how much like honor and respect go into that equation. I'm not saying talk dirty or fight dirty, but what I'm saying is that, like, you know, Conor McGregor is the best at what he did because of the shit he talked in the process, right? Like, no one gives a hell about the guy that's... Look, Wonder Boy, if Wonder Boy talked a massive amount of shit, he'd be Colby Covington.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. I guess I would have to say I'm not a huge fan of that traditional kind of respect thing.
I feel you. I personally, when I competed, I was very nice, always shook people's hands, but I was losing a lot. And I had to tell myself, and it was actually a student of mine who helped me get in the mindset, I had to tell myself to kind of have this merciless attitude, right? Like you were saying, like, you have to be like a serial killer, and that doesn't mean you have to sit there and call people names or attack their beliefs or anything like that, but in your mind, it's kill or be killed.
I don't want to say I feel bad about this, but Robert fought, one of my old fighters fought in Combat Night. And I thought, now going back and watching the fight, I think it was the last fight I cornered of his, I felt like we won the fight. I felt like we had done enough to win the fight. It wasn't a spectacular fight for either of the fighters. I felt like Rob had controlled clinch more. He had controlled more, and he had better control time. I didn't feel like either of them had damaged the other guy. And after the end of the third round, so scoring should be done, Robert kind of knelt down and did that very Thai thing of kind of like almost like bowing to your partner, right? And his partner did not.
He didn't reciprocate.
No, his partner kind of just was like,
Dude, taking his victory.
I
lap.
won. I won, you know? And to me, I kind of yelled at Robert afterwards.
Yeah.
And I was like, don't do that shit until the decision is read.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to thank the guy and tell him how great he is and all this other stuff afterwards, fine.
Yeah.
When the fight is over. And the fight is not over until the decision is read. And you and I both know that should have had no effect on the outcome of the scoring.
Sure.
But who knows, man?
You never know
Who
what these
knows?
guys are doing. I will say this: I do not force it upon my students to act certain ways. You know, I believe everyone has their own personal journey, and I will give them my experience and the experience of those who I've trained and trained with. But I ultimately will make them or allow them to make their own decisions. Right? They're all grown people. Make their own decisions.
Sure.
I think most guys who have this kind of murderous, let's say for lack of better words, murderous mindset tend to do better in competition. I always say, though, to all my fighters is you have enough friends. You don't need to go.
You're not trying to.
You're not fighting to make a new
I
friend.
can give you a counterpoint of, you know, one of the things that I love, I'm gonna tell you, as a coach, one of my most enjoyable experiences was when I would take a team of fighters to a tournament, and it was a multi-day tournament.
Okay.
And we all stay in the hotel, and you'd all have this kind of bonding experience with your team, and you know, you're fighting maybe Friday night, some guys are fighting on Saturday, some girls are fighting on Sunday, you know, maybe even, you know, you weighing in on Thursday. And we've both had that kind of experience where we brought like a big group of people somewhere. I love those things. We did a trip to Georgia where we all drove up, and you know, there was like, I think I had 8 people fight in the Georgia Winter Classic. I brought 3 coaches, 8 fighters, some of their friends, some of the other like teammates from the team to help with warm-ups and stuff like that. So we had probably had about 12, 13 people drive up. So I've done that a couple times, and I'm going to tell you this. The guy or girl that goes and seeks out their opponents early on before the fight and tries to buddy with them, they never win.
Yeah.
They're never going to win.
Uh-huh.
I think that they're trying to humanize the other person because they're afraid. And in the process of trying to humanize them and make them their best friend, they're also making themselves look not scary.
Yeah.
You know, Costamato had this thing. I did a video about it where, like, when the fighter walks into the ring, he sees King Kong. He sees the scariest thing he's ever thought of across from him. That's good.
Yeah.
You know, I want him. When I step in the ring, I step in the cage, I want that guy to think that I am a cold murderer.
Yeah.
And if I go buddy with him in the line for registration for 3 hours, that's gone.
Yeah. 100%.
That's gone.
And then it shows in the fight where it's like there's too much respect.
You're not trying to hurt the guy.
Yeah.
Sweep the leg, Johnny.
Yeah, like I said, I was never mean when I kind of changed my mindset. I became more professional. The job is to hurt and not get hurt.
You are in the you're the king of the murder game,
Correct.
The queen of the murder game. You're trying to master the murder game.
I don't know if they've done an update, but at one point there was this statistic going around for UFC fighters where it was like something like 60% of fighters who smile at weigh-ins lose the fight.
I have no idea.
And that was years ago that it was floating around.
I mean,
I'm
I
sure
know
it's
that
changed.
I know that the superstition has always been that if you are smiling in your fight poster, that you're going to lose.
Interesting.
All right, we are now in the beginning fight of commercial break.
After this ad.
Oh my God, Domino's rewards, free Domino's every 2 orders. Free Domino's every 2 orders?
I think it's free chocolate lava cakes.
I do like chocolate lava cake.
You know, this beer's hitting good with a nice Domino's pizza. I don't know.
Ooh.
This could be a good party.
Okay. We are at 223, 222, 221, 220, 219. You know, this fight companion might be hard to watch.
Well, like you said, it's been a while since you've done it.
It's good practice. Good practice. Let's see what happens.
The next time we do, we'll be a little more
We'll
prepared.
get some practice here. I'd love to do one for one championship.
Yes. So in this fight, I will again reiterate: we are talking about the pants and not the skin tones.
We have Omar Morales and Armis Guyton.
Yeah. So Armis Guyton is in the blue tape, white pants. And we have Omar Morales, red tape, black pants. Black pants fighter, orthodox. Guyton, who is in white, is in southpaw. But what's fun about these strikers, they switch a lot. And Guyton is hurt. Morales scored some pretty good punch combo that had him reeling backwards. So let's see him recover, hopefully. I want the American to win. I want Armis Guyton to win. I'm a patriot, 70% of the time.
Well, he's only 29% the favorite to win. So they have some kind of competition because there's a prize pool.
I couldn't tell you
of
any of that.
karate combat dollars.
Coins, karate coin. It just looks like Skarate to me. One of my favorite music genres, ska.
Skarate?
Skarate.
I love Skarate music.
Ooh, nice check hook from Guyton. Didn't really affect Morales, though. I will say, if they added elbows to the rule set, it would add an extra, 50% love for me.
I think the thing is that they don't want to be
too close.
They don't want to be Muay Thai.
Yeah.
It's they don't want to be Muay Thai. Oh, good Lord, I'm sorry. I think that is inherently a nothing there. I think that is inherently one of the limiting factors that karate combat has is that because they don't want to be all these other things, there's some rules that are a little weird.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if we've clarified yet as whether or not they can kick the thigh, but I have not seen anyone even attempt to kick the thigh.
Yeah, there was some calf kicks in an earlier bout, but you're right.
You're allowed to calf kick.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could go on the karate combat.
They do have an extensive kind of explanation for their rules, so I'm sure it covers it if it's in there.
So I'm on the Karate Combat app, and it's asking me to first create a wallet.
Ooh, that's always a good sign.
I don't know what that's about.
Purchase our monies.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. It's like a backdoor scheme to create a
I know the movie Arena the commentator's talking about. It's very cheesy. Ooh.
I just received 88 Skarate dollars.
Congratulations.
I don't know what
Are you
do.
gonna add to the prize pool?
What do I do? I don't know how to do that.
I wouldn't know, Paul. Sounds
Who
like you're
is
about
fighting
to get
right
hacked.
now? I'm on the official karate website.
Oh, he's hurt and he's on his back. Good follow up. There's probably 1 second left on the ground and pound. Oh, we're not gonna call the head kick there.
I don't see where I can.
So what we just saw there was at the end of the 5-second count, Marc Goddard said stop to separate the fighters, and the bottom fighter, Guyton, threw an up kick after the stop call. Landed pretty solid. Let's see it here in the replay.
I don't know how to.
Stop, then an up kick. For no one who's been caught clean in the eye before, It's one of those things where it's very jarring. Not that it hurts or anything. Sometimes it could hurt, but what it more so is your vision gets very impaired, and you're thinking, this is not a good way. This is not a good state to fight in. So I always tell fighters, take as long as you need. You need your vision. It's one of the most important aspects of fighting is being able to see. Ooh, there's a calf kick.
I don't know. I have these 88 karate coins. I don't know where this prize pool is. Like, how do I vote?
I don't know. It seems like a waste of time to me.
Maybe you can't do it once you...
Oh, you're saying you signed up too late?
Like, maybe once the fight starts, you can't...
Ooh, just a foot low.
Yeah, I don't
that
know.
was a thigh kick.
Well, they're talking about it now.
Ooh, nice calf kick. So, clearly affected now. That leg is compromised. He's switching stance to southpaw, so...
League.
So, I come from American kickboxing, as you know, and we were generally taught to stand sideways, more of a karate bounce, right? American kickboxing came from the full contact kickboxing rule sets.
All right, I have found the Karate Combat rules. Let's see if I can find anything here.
Oof. Powerful kick by Morales. Oh, another one. Yeah, he is on wobbly legs. We got a little chicken dance going. Still wanting America to pull it back. Come on. See anything about the thigh kick?
I'm working my way there.
As I said, they're pretty extensive in their explanation, so I actually kind of enjoy that. Even though it's a lot of text to read. They at least cover all their bases, I feel.
Okay, legal techniques while standing. All punches and hand strike techniques executed with a closed fist directly to the front and sides of the head and the torso above the belt line. Ridge hand strikes are also legal. All kicking techniques delivered to the front line and side of the head and torso above the belt line. Roundhouse or hooking kicks can be delivered to the legs below the knees only. I do not think they are allowed to kick the thigh at all.
Interesting. Well, he definitely did it.
They're not allowed to kick anything above the knee below the waist.
Well, definitely are doing
Sweeps, reaps, and throws are allowed, with some exceptions. Here are the fouls. Striking with an open hand.
Unfortunate.
Striking with the fingers.
That's fine.
Striking with a hammer fist or a ridge hand strikes when a fighter's grounded, which we've seen some earlier.
Yep, quite a bit.
Striking with elbow, forearm, or head. Again, kicking the portion of the leg below the hip and above the lower part of the knee.
Interesting.
So you are not allowed to kick the thigh. And then the general stuff, no groin strikes like that.
No fish hooking, no biting. So what I was saying was...
You can pull the opponent's head. You just have to release before the strike lands. You're allowed to catch the leg. Single and double leg takedowns are considered a foul. Suplexes are illegal. Obviously, timidity.
So close with that wheel kick.
All right.
So what I was saying earlier, talking about those low kicks, coming from American kickboxing, they didn't necessarily allow them to start in that full contact karate, right? They didn't allow leg kicks at all. And then you started seeing some mixing up of the rules over time. People started allowing that. Now, everyone's thought process was if you're in that bladed karate stance, it's very difficult for you to defend those low kicks because we saw fighters have trouble with that. I had an instructor early on who was very much like, that's just, that's silly. Like, you can still check a kick from that stance. It just takes more effort, right? So, But the other counter to that, for that style, those bladed style fighters, and we still see it with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, is if you target that leg, and I'm in this wide bladed stance, I know where that kick's coming.
Yeah.
I now can use that lead leg that you're targeting as a weapon. You'll see that side kick counter is very common. The hook kick counter is very common. Or they'll eat the kick, spin with it.
Yeah. We saw that actually in the last PMT PKB tournament where there was one particular gym that was very good with side kicks.
Yes.
And they had a very bladed stance, but they kind of built their kick repertoire, if you will, off of kind of spinning off the kick.
Mm-hmm. If it misses, you spin through.
Yeah.
If it lands, you do another one. You do two more.
And I will say this, and because I've had fighters that fought people that had pretty good side kicks.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know how to defend against it, if you haven't spent a lot of time defending against it, it's very hard to defend against.
Yeah, it's a great kick. And this is when it goes into, again, what our masters told us. Is my masters originally, my American kickboxing masters, herald the side kick as the best kick. And then I got into Muay Thai, and my Muay Thai masters told me side kicks are useless. They're one of the worst. Yet my crew would get mad at me every time I landed a side kick.
Not Muay Thai. Not Muay Thai.
Yeah.
That would be their refrain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It's not Muay Thai.
And then they would literally, as I'm landing it, say, it's not a good kick.
Not Muay Thai.
And I'm just like, I had the best success with this kick against you.
You see this sometimes in TBA gyms, Thai Boxing Association gyms, where they'll consider anything that's not Muay Thai a foul.
Yeah.
Right? And Pete Peterson
Define
talked
Muay
about
Thai.
in his video.
Here's my issue with this, is what is Muay Thai? Are we talking about a credentialed system that we all agree upon that these are the techniques that are considered Muay Thai? Because let me give you my counter to this. Let's watch one of the greats, Saenchai. He delivers techniques that are
not Muay Thai.
Not Muay Thai.
Fair.
But we all agree he's one of the greatest Muay Thai fighters of all time.
I think that
Much deserved win. Good job.
this
guy.
my point here would be hell of a scratch on that guy's back, huh?
Mm-hmm.
My point here would be that striking is striking is striking. And I don't understand why in karate combat they're not allowing kicks to the thigh.
Yeah.
Because that's a very common kick.
Across the board, most styles use
most gyms, most styles. If it's a snap kick to the inside leg, if it's a roundhouse kick, if it's a cut kick, if it's a
T to the leg, side kick to the
linear
leg.
side kick, whatever. So to me, it's like saying, "Oh, we're not going to allow side kick. We're not going to allow round kicks or hook kicks to the thigh."
Yeah.
You don't want it to look like Muay Thai. The average fan is not going to watch that and go,
that's too Muay Thai.
"Oh, that was too Muay Thai," right? Because we don't have the stupid music on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
whoa, stupid.
I hate that music.
Really?
I hate it. I think if you had to make a list of the most likely reasons that a gym is a McDojo, if I hear that music, you might get the list.
I do kind of agree with you on that. But here's my take on that. I actually enjoy the music. I know most people don't. And I'm not a big fan of traditionalism. So for me to say I enjoy the music and I actually am not opposed to training with it, tells you that I enjoy it. But I do know I have played it in the gym, and it is the number one thing people say, please change this.
Please change the music. You know what's funny? I will say that when you're a coach in the gym, when you're teaching, one of the number one gripes that your students have is music. especially if you're teaching a big group of people, because like that music could be all over the place, right? Because the music that I like is definitely not the music that you like, which is definitely not the music that, you know, Buddy down the street likes.
Sure.
And that is literally the number one thing that people bitch about.
What I always told my students was, I don't get very many perks, and this is my favorite.
My music.
This is my favorite perk. Yeah, and you know, I got a weird array of music that I like. I do try to appeal to the masses at times, but let's be honest, I'm gonna be here for several hours today.
Yeah, you're here for 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm choosing the jams.
Let me play my Miley Cyrus.
Nope, not
the voice
Miley.
of a generation, sir. The voice of a generation.
Not my generation.
Oh my God, Miley Cyrus is a gift.
I don't dislike her, but I'm not listening to her.
GIFT, sir.
Let's move on.
I will never move on from Miley Cyrus.
Um,
She came in like a wrecking ball, sir.
she's still wrecking it. Michael J. White, supposedly at one point was scheduled to fight.
I like how they put also a martial artist. Poor guy.
Actually, I'm confusing him with Wesley Snipes. It was Wesley Snipes that was scheduled to fight Joe Rogan at one point.
Yeah, I think Michael J. Is it Ja?
Jai White.
Jai. Michael J. White. Ja White. I think, didn't he have a beef with Steven Seagal for a while?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think he had a Steven Seagal beef.
I would like to see Steven Seagal in an actual fight. That'd be cool.
Yeah. This guy had an interesting life, though. I don't know what happened, but we got questions.
This gentleman.
No, I'm talking about Steven Seagal.
Oh, Steven
I
Seagal.
moved to Japan, was one of the first Westerners accepted in that world.
Aikido.
This is...
They're doing a little backstory, which I like. This is something that, you know, taking a page out of the UFC, kind of marketing their fighters, going into backstory. I think that's important for kickboxing or all combat sports. This is the stuff most people can relate to.
Where are they right now?
Like, where is this gentleman
Yeah,
from?
where do you think this gym is?
This is probably in either Brazil. I'm just going off of background.
Wow.
Brazil or, based on his pants, it could be Cuba.
I'm thinking South Florida.
Oh, he probably trains out of South Florida.
I'm thinking they filmed that in South Florida.
Okay, it could be. Which is kind of like Cuba in some areas.
Oh, my God. He's at Goat Shed.
So he this is all very interesting. The story obviously is interesting, but what I'm seeing is he is the president of Karate Combat.
I have a problem with this.
He has a
Yes.
fighter on the show.
I have a problem with this.
But here's an extra layer to the story. He's wearing a UFC Crypto Venom jersey,
Yeah, why did they...
which is not common for one promotion's president to wear another promotion's.
Yeah, I don't understand
T-shirt.
why...
He's got that Karate Combat logo, however that goes. Oof. So he's a great boxer. So why is he in Karate Combat?
Because the president of Karate Combat is his head coach, and he wants his guy... This is where I really struggle. I'm really struggling with... I really struggle with that thought process. Like, is this guy telling the story as his coach, or is this guy telling the story as the president of Karate Combat? Like, did they give this guy a legitimate matchup, or what's the deal?
Yeah.
And if he's also one of the world's best boxers, why is he competing in
bare knuckle?
Not even that.
Now
Why is he competing in Karate Combat? This is where Karate Combat, I think, runs into problems.
Okay, so he is facing a really good guy.
Well, that's what they're saying. For those,
I trust them.
Yeah, sure. Commentators,
look, it's martial arts. Martial arts is all about honor and respect.
Yeah. You've never watched that Boss Rutan video where he teaches people how to stab people in the face with ticket.
That's street fighting. That's street fighting. There's no respect.
Never
or honor.
talk to my wife like that again.
Again, huge fan of Boss. Of course, I've seen those videos. But again, that's street fighting, not martial arts.
That I watch those videos and I practice that stuff.
I will 100% choke a man out by his jacket while he's waiting in line at a movie theater. I love when commentators are honest. I'm biased in this fight.
He's got 304 boxing matches.
No, wins, 4 losses. So 308 boxing matches as an amateur.
What?
As an amateur. Oh, so he's fighting a UFC vet. So, respect there. 7-fight vet.
The best Mongolian fighter they've ever had, apparently.
That's scary. That's
Who
Genghis
is he
Khan.
Fighting?
Yeah, they literally did not get any backstory. So President Awesome, a.k.a. Dana Brown, is saying that he feels he's compelled to give his guys the hardest of competition.
Oh, yeah. I say the same. I would say the same thing.
2 of the best face-tattooed fighters, Sean O'Malley, Mike Platinum Perry. Name a better tattooed...
Tyson.
That's pretty good. He is one of the originators. All right, I'll give you that.
The greatest of all time, sir.
Some would say.
He is the greatest knockout artist of all time.
You think?
I will say that he was any fight where he was behind in the fight, he lost.
Mm-hmm.
He was never able to come back from a behind fight. I don't like betting analysis when it comes to fighting.
Give me your take.
Okay, this is where remember Bodog?
Oh, of course.
Right. This is where what I struggle with. If you are I don't know what exactly they're doing with the Karate Combat dollars or whatever the hell it is, but for me, it's like if you are the organization and you know that everyone's betting on this guy and you're going to have to pay out a lot of money if this guy wins, but you're going to make a lot more money if the other guy wins. That to me sounds like you would be influenced through refereeing and judging to have the guy that gets you the most money win.
Yeah. I have no take on it because I don't bet. I've bet a couple times when I lived in Vegas, and I see no joy in it, and therefore my brain just doesn't compute with it.
My lovely girlfriend is reading a book on dopamine.
Okay.
And apparently the dopamine uncertainty provides the most dopamine hit, most intense dopamine hit, which is why when you ring the slot machine, you're not exactly sure what's going to happen.
Interesting.
That's the best dopamine hit.
Wow. That explains a lot.
Looks like a boxer. He looks like a boxer.
I want to do a kick count on this gentleman.
Well, let's do it.
You want to?
Let's go.
You got a pen and paper? I
Normally-
could do it on
normally
my
we have
phone.
all of these things.
I could do it on my phone, no problem.
Normally we have all the tools that we need for this. Where did I put that stuff? Hold on.
So we're about to see probably the best boxer in Karate Combat. The whole roster. 304 amateur wins and only 4 losses. I love this. Karate style. Boxing. I wonder if he's got a black belt in boxing. Do you think he's got a black belt in boxing, Paul?
I think this it hurts the legitimacy of Karate Combat.
So I'm not opposed.
Ah,
Hold on. I'm not opposed to non-karate styles, right? Like you got your traditional styles of Taekwondo. I'm even okay with Muay Thai. You got your different variations.
All right,
of
fight starts.
kickboxing. One kick. Good for him. That's already 100% more than I thought he'd throw.
2.
They are to the thigh, though,
That was also a kick to the thigh.
from white trousers.
So there's been no legal kicks in this fight so far. They both kicked there.
Uh-huh.
That I don't know if that was a teep. I don't know what that
I
was.
think it was a front kick attempt.
I don't remember ever seeing this other guy in the UFC, by the way.
No, I don't recognize him.
Maybe never made it past the early prelims.
I was going to say, they said he was 7 fights, so we're probably
Bat
gonna say,
grill.
I'm going to guess his record was either 2-5 or 3-4 in the UFC. All right, I'm going to be done with this kick count because he's actually kicked pretty consistently, so good for him. Ooh. Yeah, I am interested in the head movement of Masabo, the Black Pants fighter. That's something you don't really see in a lot of karate styles or even traditional martial arts styles, is the slipping and rolling of punches and kicks. Obviously, with kicks, it's exponentially more dangerous than trying to do it against punches, but
All right, so
can be done.
So my man Bat Grill, I hate him. I feel bad if his name is Bat Girl Dana.
it's probably Bajral Dana.
Okay, he fought starting in 2019. He fought 7 times
Mm-hmm.
in the UFC from 2019 to 2023. He fought in April of 2023 at, mostly fight nights. He fought a fight night. He fought UFC 248, UFC 261, UFC 275, but mostly fight nights. 7 times. What's his record?
Oh, I guess 2-5 or 3-4.
3-4.
Yeah, that's a record they would
3-4.
fire you for.
Yeah, he lost his first. He went on to win the next 2. Probably had a 3-fight contract.
Got
Then
re-signed.
Got re-signed for a 4-fight contract, and went 1-3 on his next 4.
Yeah. Yep, you got to keep it going. You got to be consistent.
Belt has come off. Wow.
Now, what's a worse look? Putting a Cuban boxer in a karate fight or having your karate fighter lose their belt?
Are they going to try to put his belt back on between the rounds, you think?
Absolutely. They are not ruining their image.
Clearly his belt was not put on correctly.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. That it wasn't going through
Yeah,
the
you could see
loops.
it's above the loops. Nice groin kick.
You know, his coach/president of the Karate Combat promotion said he is one of the best strikers he's ever seen.
Oh. That's aggressive. That is aggressive. Bet you've ever seen?
I do not
seen.
I do not discount his beliefs, but what I am seeing is a boxer who looks a little tentative because of this kick game, and he seems a little uncomfortable.
Check his belt here. I think if you're Back Grill Dana, you start kicking the dick out of this guy.
Kicking his dick, huh?
Yeah, I'm inside calf was beautiful.
Oh,
look at that. Hard to believe. Oh, that was a knee.
I think his butt was on the wall, so technically that was legal.
I don't know.
I think his butt was on the wall. Kerry Hatley's going to let him continue.
Kerry Hatley would let a zombie fight this guy.
That is a great counter to a kick, though. Just a 1-2 down the middle.
Yep. Standard.
Should be on
Step in hard cross.
Yeah,
Step in hard cross.
everyone's fundamental counter list.
Step in hard cross.
Ooh, swept off his feet. And he's held.
I think that we need to really, really look at the rules of the down fighter thing, because I think the referees are struggling with that one today.
Well, I think if applied properly, it's pretty, I don't want to say seamless, but it runs pretty fluid. But yeah, it's really down to the refs' education and practice.
And then also this guy, Freddie Masabo, fighting out of Goat Shed, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
How much is he training karate combat rules in his gym, or is he just training MMA?
Who knows? Again, with that gym's reputation, it's hard to speculate that they're training with high level intelligence.
Fair.
But again, they get a high success on their win rate. So who am I to
hard to argue with?
Yeah. There he goes attacking the leg, like you said. I think is wise as well, but he does need to set it up.
Yeah,
I wouldn't try to
blind
counter
that one out.
Yeah.
I would try to kick from distance.
Yeah, get him busy up top, kick the leg, classic kickboxing 101.
Yeah, get him to come back.
So
don't do whatever the hell that was.
A little spear into the wall.
Can't do that, buddy. I don't think you can do that.
He's doing everything you're not allowed to, but Kerry Hatley is allowing it.
I don't think you're allowed to do that, my man.
Ooh.
Good.
Oh, great defense by the Cuban fighter.
Yeah. Good little jiu-jitsu there. Prevented the ride. Beautiful.
Ooh.
Overhand.
I just wonder how much better that would have been if he straightened it out.
And 4, 3, 2, 1 into the second. Who do you give this fight to so far, Rich?
You know, I'm going to be a little honest. Round 1, I'm not 100%, but round 2, I'm definitely giving it to the Freddie Masabo guy. He landed the most effective strikes. He did technically, he scored that knockdown there, which was really nice. So that's significant strikes, right? I think his one spinning back fist didn't really count. And then, so, that spectacular striking, advanced striking doesn't really play into the scoring. Takedowns didn't really have follow-up, so you can't score that. So we're going to go on the significant strike end, and we're going to give it to Masabo. Ooh, gentleman's got a UFC shirt on.
Yeah, why are they allowing that? That's bad branding. They should have been like, I can give you a Karate Combat shirt if you want, my dude.
I mean, their coach is the president.
I can give you a Karate Combat shirt.
But also the president was wearing a UFC shirt in the interview.
I'm surprised that Karate Combat's allowing that.
Yeah, it's a weird move. Maybe it doesn't matter to anyone but us. Maybe we're the only ones who.
No, I think that is a fundamental.
Oof.
Oh, he's out.
Flying knee.
Where did it land? I didn't think it even landed the head.
It looked like it got him under the jaw.
Wow. And that's one of the best strikers in the world. Did it go to the head?
Yeah, it looked like he was ducking down for a punch.
He's out, dude.
I'm going to call it. I don't know. I'm not 100%, but I think he threw an overhand.
Oh,
which led him into the flying knee.
I'm going to need a replay. Who's pissed off?
The commentator, he's some YouTuber guy that has like opinions on things.
Oh, yeah.
He was picking Freddie because...
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Did it hit his chin?
It went under his jaw. So he wanted to throw that overhand, so he ducks his head. And that's one of the dangers of getting comfortable with overhands.
No, that was an illegal...
I
don't think that hit him in the face.
No, it got his chin right on the side. You'll see it.
And then here's an illegal... let's see the illegal hammer fist.
Yeah, the damage is done, though.
I needed help getting up the wall, though. That's on top of that.
But yeah, for anyone who's listening and you want to examine maybe a move in your repertoire, look at your overhand and how much you use it comparatively speaking to other punches. There is a severe danger, in my opinion, of getting overhand happy.
You feel like you could eliminate it completely.
Not completely. I don't ever want to say never throw a certain strike. What I'm saying is you should be able to film your sparring and film your drilling and be able to determine, am I throwing too many overhands? And if that's the case, make sure you're putting a lot of emphasis on your other strikes. If we're talking about your rear hand, which everyone throws their rear overhand commonly, make it your rear straight, make it your rear uppercut, make it your rear hook. I would say 4 to 5 times more often than it is a rare overhand. In my opinion, the common thing is guys will throw, one straight rear punch for every 5 to 10 overhands. That's a horrible, horrible ratio. It should be the other way, in my opinion. The overhand will become more effective, and you'll land more straight punches, more rear punches.
I don't think that you are wrong.
Congrats to Mongolia. Their best fighter just pulled off another win.
Maybe he'll get back in the UFC?
No.
Okay, fair.
He threw 16 kicks total. Good job, man.
Oh, yeah, we need to hear Robin Black's opinion on this one for sure.
I want to hear him use the words force and energy. Nice little karate bell. All right, now it's the main card. And I believe the first fight is of the gentleman I was speaking of, Brandon Jenkins.
I could probably look that up on my Karate Combat app that I just downloaded and I don't know how to work.
I'm going to race you to their Instagram and see if I can find it.
Nope, you're wrong. It's going to be two girls. Lena something and Melinda Fabian.
Oh. Well, very fun.
Who are you looking for?
Brendan Jenkins.
It's the second fight.
Okay.
Karate Combat. I will say that it lacks the pageantry of Bare Knuckle. I think Bare Knuckle's very fun to watch. I don't know if you watch Bare Knuckle, but it's like a little bit of Jerry Springer mixed in there.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Bare Knuckle. I will say I haven't watched an event beginning to end. It's hard for me.
I have. I enjoy
hard.
it. I like the rule set. I like the fighting. Got a little bit of that trailer in me still. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, if I want that, I would watch Street Beefs. I do
Shout out to
fancy.
Scooby.
I do fancy watching Mike Perry's fights. I love when Orlando fighters or Central Florida fighters kind of dominate in their sport. So it's really cool to see that.
It's always cool to see a guy that you've trained with.
I trained with him twice.
Yeah, I mean, same. So.
I can't.
So,
I can't.
I
Ever,
think
I
I've
can't ever
talked-
call him my training partner.
I've talked with him more than I've trained with him.
Oh, true. So this is an interesting thought I was having as we were talking about something else earlier. But we were talking about styles that are, karate based, right? And Bas Rutten comes from Holland, and they're famous for their Dutch style kickboxing,
Sure.
which is a derivative of Kyokushin karate and Muay Thai.
Sure.
So I would really like to see some Dutch kickboxers in this. So some guys you would see typically
Yeah.
fight in K1 style rules, but you put them in this, I think they'd be really entertaining to watch them sling those small
seem
gloves.
like right now they got a lot of guys that are fighting that are not like familiar strikers, right? Like, why aren't they going after some of these other guys? But they probably can't afford to pay them.
I think some of the bigger guys they have gotten are probably on the higher end of their pay rate, and they probably can't afford to keep bringing in other ones, or those other ones aren't really seeing the benefit of switching to a whole new sport, essentially.
I like how they decided to go not with the ring girls, but just they brought in aliens.
Space aliens, yeah. I mean, again, they're taking risk. They're not driving their own car; they're driving their own spaceship. You know what I'm saying?
I hear the words you're saying. I've watched these two girls fight.
They're very entertaining.
I think I watched the... Oh, hold on. Pause. See if I can pause here. Said I watched these two girls fight, and then... Let's see if we can get it. Where was it? Right.
Did I just see?
That's me right there
Mr.
above the
Paul
Chicago,
Antonelli.
above that Chicago Bulls hat right
Very
there.
cool.
Uh,
Are we live? Did you fast forward it back? To live? You're gonna really mess up the whole
yeah,
the live stream if you do that.
yeah. How do I go forward?
I think there's a button you can click to just make it live. That works too.
Yeah.
Here's an underrated
That's
technique
funny.
that she just shadowboxed. The standing hammer fist.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah.
Hey, that's retro.
I don't know the job retro technically does
What
for
does he
them.
do?
If I were to guess, I'm going to say timekeeper. But I really don't know.
Is he working?
Yeah, he's working.
Oh, I didn't know if he was working or if he had somebody on the show.
Yeah, I don't think they're using the PSL commission, but I think they're still using some of the
Employees. That is. Where was that fight at?
I think that was Orlando.
I think that was too, right?
I did not make it to any of the Orlando
Really?
shows, regretfully.
Oh, man. It was a great time, dude.
Yeah, that was when I still had a job.
Yeah. That's overrated. It was for VIPs, and let's just take this moment to shout out that I'm a VIP.
I wouldn't doubt it.
It was all you could eat and drink included.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it was all you could eat and drink included.
That's what I thought this was going to be, too.
Ooh. Oh, you thought this event was? I asked if you wanted food.
I'm just playing. I ate plenty before.
My girl made air fryer chicken parmesan. But apparently they made her friend and they made 3 plates.
Mm-hmm.
And on hers, she put a lot of spice on it. She likes spicy food.
Sure.
And then when she started eating hers, it wasn't spicy, and she couldn't figure out why.
Mm.
I'm not a big spicy eater.
I could tell when you were eating it, you weren't enjoying it.
But I know now what happened, and she knows now what happened.
That's too funny. That's an odd flavoring choice for chicken parm. Spicy chicken parm.
Well, like the marinara, spicy
I
marinara
see.
sauce,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Kempo karate?
He said Kempo karate.
Yeah,
forever.
Kempo karate, sorry.
And Shotokan.
Shotokan. I did Kempo karate and Shotokan.
I was actually a green belt in some form of karate that I forgot. They kicked me out because I got in a fight.
Well, that sounds like doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. I lost the fight, by the way.
I'd kick you out too.
My
Fuck
brother
that.
won the fight. He came in and saved the day. You know, I wish they made an all-striking game. I played the UFC 4 game, and they have a
fuck
strike
that.
mode.
I hate that game.
It's pretty solid.
I hate all those games.
Yeah. I haven't played the new one. I've heard a lot of bad.
I'm not good at pushing the buttons, and then people that have no idea how to fight think they know how to fight. Beat
Oh,
me
yeah.
up.
They throw like 6 wheel kicks, and the
Makes
fight's
me
over.
really upset, dude. I believe I've seen both of these girls fight live, and
Yeah, so we're seeing Fabian, who's the white trousers. She's using a lot of head movement, slipping in kind of a rhythmic pattern left and right, which we haven't seen very often from these karate combat athletes. And we lost signal for a second. Hopefully we didn't miss the
Technical
knockout.
difficulties.
And it's loading. We're getting the white and gray circles.
Oh, that was a disaster.
And then something went wrong.
Is it something about bare knuckle? This video is no longer available due to copyright claim by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship.
Oh, because they played that clip of Freddie Masasobo. They also played a UFC clip I thought was pretty odd that they had the rights to.
This video is no longer available due to copyright. Did the stream just get shut down, or was that?
Yeah, I think the stream just got shut down because BKFC's being petty. And you saw it here first, people. You're probably all freaking
serious? This video is no longer available due to copyright claim by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Wow. Well, I mean,
Again, they were showing UFC clips. They were showing UFC, what is the word? Gear.
they showed that bare knuckle clip of this guy fighting from Goat Shed. Wow.
Yeah, it's surprising, but quite hilarious.
That cannot be real. This video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship.
Ooh, President Awesome is going to be so upset.
Oh my God, that is amazing. And Mike Perry's there.
The king of bare knuckle. Surely he's got a say in this.
Is that even real?
Yeah, I can't pull it up on my phone. It's giving the same prompt. That is hilarious. Hey guys, it's a vicious game out there, and you know.
Do you think it's on the karate website?
No, as I did my research, the only streaming they had tonight was YouTube.
I think they were streaming live on karate.com.
The link I have is just watch on YouTube.
I think they were streaming live on karate. Now karate.com is saying bad gateway.
What about your new app?
Oh, that's a solid point.
Why have an app if you can't watch on it?
That is a solid point. But I think the watch live button was for YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Watch on YouTube.
Yep.
Oh my God.
So yeah, now I'm getting the same prompt over here for the.
Do you think their website crashed?
Their website's crashed. You know, people are probably flooding it right now, trying to watch it.
This is epic.
This was worth.
This is epic. That is a level of petty that
They didn't wait until after the event to take it down. They said, no, take it down now. Because they're probably not going to show any more bare knuckle clips, right?
Right? No, that's probably the only guy.
One guy.
This video is no longer available due to copyright claim by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship.
So you know there was some higher up at BKFC that is like watching. And the second he saw that clip, he stops watching. He's making a call. He's getting in touch with YouTube.
Okay, so I have pulled up the Instagram live stream, and people are saying, why did the YouTube get pulled? Probably because they showed a clip in BKFC of him KOing that guy. Someone says FK BKFC. Someone just said YouTube got shut down. Rich joined the chat.
Yeah, I'm watching it too.
Oh my God.
I was interested in this fight.
I don't know if I can. How do I? Bro, there's only 1,400 people watching this stream, though. So, like, if Karate Combat, they might not even know. If they were smart, they would just start a new stream with a different. It doesn't have to be this one.
Yeah, well, if you guys are watching the Instagram stream, you're going to see that White Trousers is bleeding profusely from the side of her head.
Someone says, can you make the announcers please address this issue? And then someone else said the website is down. Muay Thai Mechanic says, hey, bare knuckle be snitches.
They be snitches, I be saying. That's
claimed right. On YouTube, question mark. What happened to the YouTube stream? Oh my God. Oh, here we go. I think they're trying to, no.
That's the beginning.
That is the beginning.
So they're closing out that video then. I'd imagine they're doing what you said. They're probably going to start a new stream.
Start a new stream, right? Someone said that at least use the right camera. YouTube Live is down because of bare knuckle copyright.
Yeah.
BKFC equals haters. That is funny.
You know, I am enjoying this, but I am upset if I don't get to watch.
I just want to point out that our viewer count went way up when
yeah, everyone's trying to find a live stream.
Yeah. So what if you guys are watching at home? I wish I could help you. It does look like Bare Knuckle FC has copyright claimed, which is hilarious.
And it looks like we're missing a pretty solid fight.
Yeah, I mean, we only have 1,400 people on the Instagram Live.
Well, very interesting, guys. We're witnessing history and potentially a promotional war. We might get a Karate Combat Backlash, a little Cobra Kai.
Oh my God!
A little Cobra Kai Dojo Storm, maybe. I would be all for it. BKFC Karate rules.
I feel like BKFC wins.
You think?
Yeah, 100%. These guys.
Are you allowing kicks or no?
These people haven't seen Savages before. I think Mike Perry beats every one of these guys.
I actually agree with that. In his weight class,
I think,
he probably
unfortunately.
dominates. Ooh, that would be fun if they brought Mike Perry in. BKFC does a cross promotion with Karate Combat.
All right, I think they have done exactly what I thought they would do, which is create a new live stream.
Yeah.
And we are back out, guys.
Back on. If you are tuning in, we are in round 2 of Molina versus Fabian at 246, 245, 44, 43, 41, 40. And now we got a hobbling Molina. Or I'm sorry, Fabian's hobbling.
Shout out to the pettiness of BKFC. That is a 10 out of 10 moment today.
That made the 4 hours of watching we've done so far.
Oh, we're not
well
4 hours in.
Oh, we're not? 3 hours.
3 hours, 13 minutes.
You're correct.
Took us some time to get live. You got to watch me eat a little bit. Good news, Rich. I went on to Temu, which is a
nice.
Which is a real crap website, and they sell like Chinese knockoffs. Temu. I don't know if you've heard of them.
Yeah.
And I ordered new mic stands.
Okay.
The adjustable arm ones.
Interesting. So we can
kind of like hang out. You can do stuff like this if you want. Right. I think that'll be more comfortable.
I was just getting used to this whole.
Yeah, I know. I know you're getting better, but once you get those, you'll be even better.
Cool. Oh, she's holding on the shirt.
Can't do that. Can't clinch and pull.
Oh, she is getting rocked.
Yeah, she's in trouble.
Beautiful
throw.
Neither side.
But you can't do anything. All that's illegal.
Yeah. Yep, you got to have.
This is a problem.
Base. Oh, you're talking about the ground and pound rule?
Well, I'm not against the rule, but you can't do that.
So he's breaking it.
Yeah, but they can't throw. You know what I'm saying? Like,
look at that blood.
Where's the blood coming from?
She must have got cut on the side of the head.
It does not seem to be in the same quality of high definition.
No, they're struggling, technically. Oh.
We missed probably the fight of the night by BKFC. Hammer fists are illegal.
He's calling the fight? No. I thought it was totally being called. Oh, she rocked her back, but she looks unfazed. Get to your feet.
Can't do that. If she would just stay on her feet, I think she could end this fight.
Yeah, or just posture up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If she could get into the ground and pound position,
correct.
I think she might be able to win this fight.
Oh, she's relentless with these takedowns.
Yeah, but
no follow up.
You're not scoring on that.
No.
It's takedown with follow up, right?
That's higher scored. Yeah.
I think we just got a little bit high definition back.
Yeah, we're getting like bit by bit.
Well, okay. Will she get back up the damn thing?
She did.
There he is.
Don't show him. BKFC is going to take it down.
I would fucking shut it down again. Oh, man. I feel like if BKFC...
That's a 10-8 round, by the way, from what I just witnessed.
The doctor just came in. It looks like a doctor just came in. Somebody just came in and started saying something to the referee. The only person I could think that would be, it'd be the doctor. Wow, BKFC, man. I'm impressed, dude. I'm impressed. That is a level of petty that I did not see.
I would see UFC doing that before BKFC because they had used that UFC clip for the Mongolian fighter.
Yeah,
in that same fight.
But probably the president of BKFC is actually sitting at home watching. I have a weird feeling Dana White's not watching this right now.
No, Dana White doesn't give a shit.
Yeah,
No.
Who cares? But probably the president of BKFC
You
was
think
like,
he's like
called YouTube and was like,
as one of the comments was saying, BKFC's done for the year, so they have nothing better to do.
yeah. They're gonna stop this fight. Look at how much blood is on her.
I know, it looks badass.
Where is that coming from?
She must have got cut with like a hook kick or maybe
We've missed
knee.
all of this.
Yeah.
They're gonna end that fight.
I feel great.
What did they stop that for?
They are stopping that fight.
Where's the cut at?
I don't think it's a cut. I think that's the swelling of the eye, which, to be fair, we've let so many more fights go on that way.
What are they doing? What are they? I don't. I think I'm. Unless show me something. But I'm gonna. I think. What is?
That's an interesting call. Yeah, I wonder what the doctor specifically is concerned with.
They're still see. This is where he's in the background having a conversation.
Craig Jones.
What? Okay, but what didn't recently they brought the doctor in for an eye check on a title fight in the UFC. The doctor was Asian, the Asian girl doctor, female doctor.
Uh-huh.
And their eye, it was
way more jacked up, and the doctor allowed it to continue.
And the
correct?
doctor was like 1, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that was a weird.
It seemed like a great fight that was cooking.
She's pissed.
Of course.
Why did they stop that? That belt looks real cheap. No offense.
No, it does.
That belt looks real
Everything
cheap.
here looks so high
That belt
quality.
looks so cheap.
And that belt looks pretty bad.
Doesn't have to be real. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like, a
you don't have to
$1
get a
million
gold
belt.
plated.
Yeah.
No.
You can make a belt look good. That looks so
Just add
cheap.
I think if they just added a little more hardware to the side of the
Yeah,
the
it
middle,
just looked very rubbery.
it's rubbery and it's like that piece of metal looks plastic.
Might be. What was the doctor ending it for? You know what's weird too, because this is Vegas. And usually the Vegas fight doctors are real like let you get away, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like New York, not so much. The
Right,
New York doctors are a little more like new to it, and
They're gonna call things much
Yeah.
quicker typically. Yeah, it seems like the only visible injury that I'm seeing is the
swelling below the eye.
yeah.
But from this distance, it looks like she can still see.
Mm-hmm. Her eyes open.
I can see her eyes, it looks like.
No, she's very thankful. There's that class of respect. Good for her.
Couldn't they just put a foam set of stairs up in that corner?
Potentially. I mean, I've thought of a couple ideas. Maybe a little ladder of sort that you can throw over that they can easier
Or just
access.
a foam stair that you slide down between rounds. I don't know. The run up thing and the run down thing looks to me like it's gonna be you're gonna have a big title fight or something.
Something's gonna happen.
And the guy's gonna step down one time and like twist his ankle and not be able to continue, and they're gonna be like, "This is the stupidest shit we've ever done."
A little love from Dana Brown on the
It's President Awesome.
giving respect, saying that was the greatest female
Oh, look
karate
who it
combat
is!
fight and we yet did not get to watch it because BKFC.
Volkanovski in the crowd. This guy's like I bet you Volkanovski also doesn't like Robin Black.
Yeah, and Volk's not always the best interview. You know, he's a fun guy. I'm a huge fan. Great fighter. He is giving props to the pit. So we got the Brandon Jenkins fight, and then how many fights total left on the card?
Ooh.
Oh, don't make that noise. Is there a lot?
No. We have 4 fights left.
Total.
Total.
Okay.
Usually they get done by like what? Usually fights end Eastern Standard Time no later than 1 a.m.
1 or 2, but I think we're pushing. We're going to probably be closer to 2 than 1.
You think?
Yeah.
Ugh.
4 fights in an hour?
You gonna be okay? Is the girl gonna come down?
Oh,
on you?
she's already asleep. She's on.
I tried to get Ange to do the video with us, and she said no.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, I guess
is
I
she
don't know.
not sleeping yet?
She probably is.
It is interesting that the title fights are not the main event.
Because they're not the names.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's make at least Ross Levine their main event, because he had a Glory career and he did really well in Glory. I don't think he had a losing record. He had a winning record, right? And he came over to Karate Combat and really has put on some of the most spectacular performances they've had. That's the guy you build. He's going to be fighting for a few more years. Pettis and
This is a one-time thing.
it's a one-time thing.
Yeah, I don't see Pettis and
They're not going for a title run in
yeah,
Karate
I don't see
Combat.
that happening.
They're doing their money fight. They're avoiding the bare knuckle route.
Pay me what you can pay me. Let me give you my 55 Skarate dollars.
Skull rate.
I'll come right back during this commercial break.
You can use your tokens to control the league,
That's what I'm saying.
whatever that means.
Oh.
Let's go, Brandon Jenkins. Boo. Here we go. Right off the gate. Black Trousers attacking Jenkins with a 1-2, then a roundhouse. Ooh, off the pit already. Jenkins seemed to rock him with that Superman off the pit. There will not be a better hairstyle on the fight card tonight than Jenkins' mullet. So as I was stating before, Paul, I've trained with Jenkins. I've trained for about a year with him when I was in Vegas, and he is very diverse, has a lot of tools in the box. I would say the biggest issue, maybe his power, but that doesn't stop him from getting knockouts. The way he does a great job of like hiding his strikes and putting something that you don't see coming. He's got spinning elbow knockouts, flying knee knockouts, head kick knockouts. He's, like I said, very diverse.
I think the most vicious beating we've seen today was from BKFC.
Absolutely. If someone's going undefeated tonight, it's them. I mean, if they can get this whole stream.
This is the thing, though. When I started this podcast tonight, right? When we started this fight companion, that dude's out.
He was for a second.
Is that?
He's
what
not
is
grounded. He's not
that
grounded.
Kerry? Is that what is this guy's name? Kerry Hathaway?
Kerry Hatley, but
Hatley
I think this is Mike Bell.
That is Mike Bell.
Let's go, Brandon. Now he's grounded. Let's go.
Fight's over.
Let's go. Good job, Brandon.
Oh, I think he's hurt. No, is he okay?
He might be hurt, but he's going to
He
play it
might
off.
be hurt.
He's going to play it off. Good job, Brandon.
Hurt. I think he hurt his left hand.
Yeah.
I think he might have hurt his left hand.
He posted a little awkwardly.
Oh, I think he might hurt his left hand. What is he looking for? His girl?
I knew this would be a good rule set for him. Perfect. All right, that's enough kissing, guys.
I love that his girl and him have the same haircut.
Pretty similar. Doing the right thing, shaking the president's
How
hand.
much does the president of Karate Combat have any actual say? Is this guy a figurehead, or is he actually...
I imagine he's got some control.
Is he actually a Dana White?
So notice how the knee's not on the floor, it's on the wall.
This was smart. This was smart.
And
This is the knockout, right?
this drops him right here. He goes limp, but he's up again. He's going to land this nice knee up against the pit. Completely legal. I love this. This is, again, utilizing your MMA skills in the Karate Combat rule set. Yeah, I would love to see Brandon go for a title run in this organization. You know,
Oh, I think he might have broke his hand.
this is something I talk about with my athletes. And
Don't get hurt after the fight.
No.
That's what you say.
Yes, 100%. But no,
100%.
everyone wants to do the hardest sport, which is MMA. MMA is so
Might not be right for you.
but it's not right for you. If it's not right for you, or maybe in your runs you haven't had the most success, what's to stop you from looking at another rule set?
Aljamain Sterling's there too.
Nice. Yeah, he trains out of Vegas most of his camps now.
Problem is that all the money, at least for the most part, has always been in the UFC.
So, is it right? If you're breaking in the top 10, you're definitely going to see
that's the thing,
much
right?
bigger paychecks.
People are looking for
yes,
that big paycheck,
but
and
I think
they don't want the smaller check. This guy's taking his gloves off. You think it's because he hurt his hand? He wants to see how bad his hand is. I'm telling you. What is he trying to do?
I think he's just taking his gloves off. This is something that bothers me. Fighters want to take their gloves off
I don't
immediately.
get that. I don't understand that.
They're just uncomfortable.
I've told people before, like, calm down, you're fine.
Yeah. But yeah, so not starting out, or I'm sorry, not always like the end goal.
What's up with these weirdos on the left side of the screen?
I couldn't tell you. I try not to pay attention to crowds. They usually are on drugs or on alcohol, so their actions don't make sense to me. But not to say these fine folks are. I'm just saying,
they're
most crowds. But yeah, starting off, right? I think some of these guys they want to do the MMA thing, so they go, okay, well then I become a pro MMA fighter, and then they might take 2 losses early on, 3 losses early on, and now they're like, oh, my MMA dreams are done. I'm more attuned these days, and it's hard to convince fighters to go this route, but do kickboxing, do Muay Thai, get really into high-level grappling. Spend some of your early adult years getting that competition experience in the sport you don't necessarily love, but it's the one you're good at. And then in that process, you develop a level of confidence. We've seen this with like Izzy and Alex Pereira.
Yeah.
You develop a level of confidence where you can go to any rule set and probably handle yourself very well. But everyone wants to do the hardest one.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Did I see that your friend Rodney is going to fight pro kickboxing?
Yeah. So I've actually Rodney's my very first student, and I've actually been trying to get him to do pro kickboxing for a while. Even amateur kickboxing I wanted him to do, but again, I don't ever force anyone to do anything. He wants to do the hardest sport, MMA. He's a super hard worker. If anyone's ever trained with him, they know the guy is the last one to leave the mat.
Yeah.
So if he did kickboxing, he doesn't have to not necessarily not train as hard. He just doesn't have to put the wear and tear that MMA requires.
Fair.
And you really get to shine in one aspect where in MMA it's really tough to shine anywhere because you have all these other fight styles you have to worry about. You have to worry about the clinch, the cage control. You got to worry about jiu-jitsu, being on top and bottom. And then, of course, the kickboxing, Muay Thai elements. I prefer him to do kickboxing over MMA just because he's only fought, kickboxing over Muay Thai, just because he's only fought MMA. And I think the jump from MMA to Muay Thai might not be the best for him. Let's dumb it down even a little more, for lack of better words, and go just to punches and kicks. If we can do international rules, that's cool. If we do some form of K1 unified rules, I think that's a little better.
Does he have anything booked yet? Can you talk about that or no?
Nothing booked. It's really tough to find promotions, kickboxing pro fights. On top of that, it's tough to, locally, regionally. It's these other shows. So I've reached out to a few promotions, and I've even offered to pay for our own travel, which usually can kind of give you a little more leeway for them to hire you, but it's still tough. They got to play to the local crowd first. So it's like, why bring a Florida boy up to, the Midwest if he's not selling tickets? There is a kickboxing promotion who usually operates out of California coming to Florida soon, but they just want to do an AMI show first. even though they do put on pro fights.
Yeah. This is the one we talked about the other day.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not opposed to, out-of-state promotions coming in, but I want you to probably give us something of value. Putting on an amateur show doesn't really add value for you to come in here.
Where are they doing it at?
Somewhere in South Florida.
South Florida.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
West Palm
Yeah,
or
makes sense.
something around there. And again, I'm not hating on it. It's just for someone who develops fighters in the area, specifically
Who do we know
strikers.
who's commission on that?
They did say, I want to say it's ACE.
Okay.
It's the one of many
Yeah.
in Florida. But yeah, when promotions come to town and they put on shows like that, it doesn't really help us you put it on an amateur show. We have guys who can, we have amateur promotions we can put them on. If you're coming to our state and you operate outside of our state and you put on pro shows, bring us some
Pro shows.
opportunities.
Why are you? Yeah. Why are you bringing something we already have?
Right. It is a frustrating gig to try and book. They better not show any Bellator clips. So this gentleman's taking the fight on short notice. I think on 2 days' notice.
Yeah, that was. I watched the weigh-ins and that was.
That takes some balls against Raymond Daniels.
Yeah, but also Raymond Daniels is what 43.
Don't count him
44?
out. Don't count him out. He did get hurt in.
Oh, they just did it. They just showed a UFC clip.
Oh, Bruno Silva, yeah.
Yeah, that might be.
Like you said, though, they're not watching this.
You know what I think is funny though, man, and I was gonna say this earlier. Like, the first conversation that you and I had when you walked into the studio today was like, "Oh, I gotta change the feed setup so that we don't get copyright struck."
Yeah.
All right, now I do not have a law degree.
Mm-hmm.
I am a YouTuber that, has a very small following. I know that. I also know that if I'm going to use a clip from any organization,
Yeah.
I have to have approval
Mm-hmm.
to use that clip. So does Karate Combat not know that, or are they just not doing their due diligence? And if they're not doing their due diligence with that, what else are they not doing their due diligence with?
Right. Yeah, you do have to.
That makes me a little like, what do you mean you didn't get approval to use that clip?
Let's go. I'm a big Raymond Daniels fan. As we spoke earlier about WCL, that's when I first got exposed to him, and I've been a fan ever since. He is a great entertainer, as GSP says.
He's a great entertainer. If he says it, it's true.
I was about to say, I do have time to go pee, so
Yeah,
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
take a little break.
All right, the fight starts. How does he look on, 1 day's notice? Okay. Bruno Souza took this fight on 1 day's notice. No weight cut.
He should be proud of himself. That's not a easy decision to make. Ooh, so tight.
God, that landed.
As he said, he's got the most viral knockouts
If that
of
landed.
anyone in the industry. One of my favorite things to go and visit every so often is if you watch, you can go look at it after you watch our video here. Watch Raymond Daniels versus Michael Venom Page in Point Karate.
Really?
Very interesting. Two of the best Point Karate fighters. And it looks almost like a breakdance
This
battle.
is non-continuous fighting, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Score your point, break. So, yeah, Point Karate, non-continuous.
You know why I have to ask that because,
Yeah. Oh, I know. I deal with all
the time.
We're about to spread into some new regions, so
See how that goes.
we're gonna have a similar conversation over and over again.
Ooh.
Ooh. Good right hand by Souza, but
Yeah, he's got a range problem.
yeah, Daniels took it like nothing.
Yeah, he looks to be the shorter fighter. Like he's having trouble getting in.
Fun fact,
He's got to get past those legs.
Raymond Daniels is married to Sage Northcutt's sister,
Oh.
who is also a
Interesting.
fighter. Colby Northcutt, I believe is her name.
Interesting.
I would love to see Raymond do utilize more punch combinations. I know he's a big kicker. Obviously, it's one of his best weapons. But because of that, I feel like guys would not see the punch game coming as often.
Yeah.
But he is so effective with his legs. Who am I to say? He's the athlete.
I mean, he is clearly an American karate
oh, yeah.
dude.
Hands down. Lots of side kick. Leap in. Ooh, that was a big left hand. I give the round to Daniels for sure.
Have to,
Yeah. He used some spinning techniques. That is part of the scoring criteria, the advanced striking techniques. What's interesting is, as you saw Raymond Daniels' cornerman there, I'm forgetting the gentleman's name, but he's the head coach of Classic Fight Team, and they are a Muay Thai style fight team, very Muay Thai. So it is interesting. I know for many years Raymond Daniels has been training with them, but it's just odd to see such two clashing styles work together.
And Souza's being cornered by the same. Is that Lyoto Machida?
It looks like Lyoto. I actually think Souza trains here out of Orlando. I think he's also with the Fusion XL team.
Oh, I don't know.
I believe I've
Maybe.
seen him training there. I can't say that he's a mainstay. Oh, retro sent by Mizugatti, or what is that awful referee's name?
Oh yeah, Dan Merligati.
Yeah, Mergliata.
Mergliata.
Dan Mergliata.
Didn't he get kicked out of the UFC?
I believe he. Yes.
He's not allowed to ever come back.
I don't think he's allowed to ref.
Yeah, that must be rough. Imagine that, dude.
I would cry. I would feel real bad about myself. Ooh.
So the token holder's betting, but I don't. It won't let me bet.
I know you're devastated, and I don't know what to tell you. Everyone else is enjoying this in 5D.
I don't know why it won't let me.
Oh, shit. Chris Angel's ringside. Told you there'd be some celebrities out.
I guess maybe you had to pick your fights before they started.
Yeah, it seems a lot of Raymond's style of attacks is very kick, 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 and then kick, feint into punch. But it's a very one-and-done style, which is kind of indicative to that point style, right?
Yeah.
I just, it's just so odd to me.
Big strikes.
That he works with a team that does focus on combo-style fighting, yet
he has not thrown a combo.
Their number one striker doesn't throw combos like that. Tyler Wombles.
I mean, he's 43 years old. You know what I mean? Like, I wish that Bruno would throw a single straight line.
Yeah, it's all loops, right?
Yeah, he hasn't. I don't think he's thrown a straight line.
Again, guys, you can solve that problem by filming yourself train. Don't think about it. Just go film yourself train. Go act as natural as possible.
Like, he hasn't thrown a jab cross.
Nothing straight. Yeah.
Just hook punches.
But yeah, watch your freestyle fighting or freestyle training, whether that's sparring or on the bag or drilling with your partners. Don't watch your mitt work because your coach is going to tell you to throw it straight. But, watch your training. You count how many overhands you throw compared to your straights or your uppercuts. I wish we could
get Bruno to throw a straight here.
What, are you trying to get my boy hurt? Trying to get Raymond Daniels knocked out?
Yeah, I'd like to see Raymond Daniels lose.
Why?
Because I believe in the straight punch. Oh, no.
But you don't believe in spin kick. You don't believe in turning back kick?
I believe in it. I do believe in it.
Yeah, I want America to win this one. So, chill out on wishing my boy ill will.
What are they doing with that guy's nose?
Only they know. Very cool. We all love Chris Angel still.
I don't know that I care about Chris Angel.
I don't think anyone cares. I had a guy a student of mine who actually used to work for a show. He told me some pretty bad stories about Chris Angel.
I could see that. I've heard the show is shitty.
I haven't seen it. I can't. Yeah. I don't really enjoy magic or illusions. They just anger me.
You like my magic?
It's a love-hate. I'll give you that. I'm proud of you when you nail the trick. It's not that I'm wowed by the trick. It's I'm proud of Paul.
I got a new one where I levitate $1.
Oh, I thought you were about to say where I levitate. I'm like, I have to see that.
No, I levitate $1. Or any small item.
No strings?
No strings.
All right. I'll trust you. A little bit of combination there. That's more like it. That's what I'd like to see.
Ooh, landed.
Just one of the best jump back kicks.
Oh, did he hurt his foot?
He's done that a couple times where he's just wiping his feet off. Cartwheel kick.
I wonder if there was like 3 or 4 guys trying to fix that logo in between rounds.
Which logo?
That big H or whatever in the middle there. There was like 3 or 4 guys before this fight, or maybe before the female fight, where they were trying to like fix that logo. I wonder if it's like slippery.
I don't know if they do bonuses, but give my boy Brandon Jenkins a bonus. He actually finished this fight.
There have not been a lot of finishes here.
No.
The one knockout early where the guy looked like he might be dead.
That head kick knockout that was extremely violent.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a nut shot. That was. Oh boy! Speaking of Raymond Daniels and nut shots, did you ever see his fight where he made that man scream?
No.
It was in Bellator. I forget the gentleman's name. He ended up rematching him. Was it to the nuts? It looks a little above the belt.
I don't know.
Let's see that other angle. Well, anyways, he was fighting a gentleman, right? Spinning back kicks him in the nuts. Hard.
Ooh.
Goes down. Takes the full 5 minutes to recover. The very next thing that happens.
No.
Spinning back kick to the nuts.
No.
Now, I don't know if I'm remembering this correctly, but I think there was a third one. And then he's screaming, crying, and I think they had to take him out on a stretcher. If I remember correctly. He drops him with the right hand after that spin attack.
Oh, man.
So this is where Raymond's most dangerous is when you're hurt and he's got the center of the ring.
Well, how long did this guy take after the nut shot? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna say it wasn't. From that one angle we got, it looked like it
But if
did
it-
not go to the groin. It looked like it went to the belt line or slightly higher. I just want to see like a punch kick punch combo from Raymond. He's trying to find that highlight reel. 15 seconds, just be technical.
This goes to be like a bad. This was not an enjoyable fight. I mean, the most significant strike of this fight was to the groin.
No, he scored that knockdown. But yeah, it is odd. Like I've said before, Raymond Daniels being such a karate guy, he's not out of a karate team. He's out of like a Muay Thai team. But we
there's
don't.
Lyoto Machida.
But we don't really get to see any of that Muay Thai style in his approach. Machida team.
Robin Black loves an aggressive wide stance.
Yeah.
No, he did not. No, he did not. Shut up. Robin Black is saying that my man Bruno Silva did absolutely amazing in the first round. I don't think Bruno Silva landed anything
Of significance.
significance in any round. There's the only way they'd give this a fourth round would be if they said that the other guy was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the bow he does every time. Look, those people also bowed.
Very well practiced.
Yeah.
Good. Go USA. Let's keep that going.
Can't support it.
So we're hitting the co-main and the main next, yeah?
Yeah, it should be. It's one. First and foremost, he didn't land a single shot of
Yeah.
worth.
He got more hurt just slipping on the logo. What you playing with over there, Paul?
My drawer is not. It's sticking a little bit here. It's an Ikai special.
Okay, so he said it wasn't a knee to the nuts, but the shin came up and hit him. So that makes sense. Well, that'll be interesting. He called out both Pettis and Henderson.
I feel with confidence that we won't see either of them
A second time. I could see if Pettis does extremely well, he'd come back. But I do feel Benson Henderson is kind of more or less on the I'm done ship.
I feel like unless they get a significant paycheck.
I think Pettis still is interested in competing. I just think he recognizes that he's not at the caliber of what he once was.
Yeah, fair.
I think Benson Henderson doesn't really care about competing.
We'll find out. We will find out. 2 fights away.
The next fight I'm actually really looking forward to. Ross Levine's a very fun, entertaining, and technical fighter with a lot of power. So hopefully we get that highlight reel, that knockout we're looking for. So Ross Levine versus Smiling Sam Alvey. So this is where we're seeing, again, a high-level technical kickboxer fighting a MMA fighter. I don't know Sam Alvey's karate background, but I have watched many of his UFC fights, and I would say he's more of a boxer-brawler style stand-up fighter. He also kind of relies on taking shots to land shots.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
I'm going to make a prediction. Can I make a prediction?
Yeah, what do you got for me?
I'm going to go Ross Levine second round knockout.
Ross Levine second round knockout. All right.
He's got one of my favorite head kick finishes in Glory. Actually, it was the Orlando Glory, if I'm remembering correctly. I hope they showed the Levine spin kick knockout he got using the pit.
Interesting that Perry's there, huh?
I feel like Perry goes to all these fight shows. I've seen him at, at least all the Florida promotions.
Florida stuff, yeah. I mean, like, maybe he was in Vegas.
Yeah. Unless there's a special announcement tonight.
Platinum Pit fights.
Platinum Pit fights, or
that is a pit.
Or he's doing a cross promotion with BKFC, and they did that copyright thing to kind of stir the pot. And I'm telling you, there's some money to be made there. UFC's not doing cross promoting.
No.
But I could see a BKFC Karate Combat cross promotion.
Ain't nobody got time for that. I bought these IKEA drawers and they like stick.
Yeah, what'd you expect? It's IKEA. I love building IKEA furniture. It's like adult Legos.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I haven't had any problems with IKEA stuff. It doesn't last as long as you would imagine, but
And we have quickly turned into an IKEA podcast.
I mean, you never know, you know. We're 4 hours in, you know. I don't think I care anything about Robin Black.
Yeah, like I said, it's a very nuanced taste. I think he's just almost like a palate cleanser in a way. Like, okay, we just got done with this hyper guy.
Let's put up someone that nobody cares about.
Let's see. He can get the crowd hype. He was a lead singer of a hair metal band, so he's got that ability. All right, let's see if they show the highlight, because it's the only highlight that's distinctively Karate Combat.
I mean, here's the thing. Neither of these guys at 205, and I'm saying that because I'm maybe a prick.
Huh.
Why was the other guy wearing a yellow belt?
So champions get gold belts.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Don't
Okay.
confuse it for yellow, yeah.
Oh, I got you.
It gives you a distinct look so everyone knows you're better.
They don't play karate. Am I a jerk for saying that he doesn't look like he's necessarily been eating healthy in this process?
He's always kind of had that body in the UFC, though. Win or lose, he always kind of looked like that stepdad
he's
body.
Not really in the UFC anymore, is he?
No.
Wonder why.
50% record. Win some,
maybe
lose
it's
some.
that body, man.
Like I said, they should really kind of lean into this Ross Levine guy. Cause
Do you feel like, I mean, like, to be honest, I know you love fights. I know you'd watch fights. You watch a lot more fights than I watch.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like this has been a really exciting show?
It had its moments, but this particular event kind of ran longer than I thought it would.
I mean, the moment that you're going to take away from this event will be what?
Oh, I think without a doubt the BKFC copyright issue.
claim.
Yeah. Other than that, head kick knockout earlier was very memorable. And then my buddy Brandon Jenkins winning, getting a stoppage in the first.
Fair.
Definitely going to probably forget about all the other fights because tomorrow is a big UFC.
Yeah.
And
fair. Oh, he's doing a little dance for us.
getting us a little hyped.
What?
A little shake and roll.
Why do they used to make them wear the karate tops when they walk out, but I guess they've
Probably let them have a little more freedom.
said, you know what, you guys got to pay your bills with sponsors.
Yeah, we're not paying you. Get your sponsors to pay you. Sam Alvey famously has his wife in his corner every fight.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that, as I
think
have
it's
said before.
I think it's a little different. She trains and she trains him, so I imagine there's probably a benefit more so than a hurt.
But yeah, I'm sure they say that about Pat Barry too.
No, I think that's a hurt. I don't think that's a benefit.
Yeah, you see my point there.
Yeah, but that's a little different. That's a predator with a.
Damn,
his
it's getting rough
victim.
this morning. All I'm saying is that if I'm not going into that, all I'm saying is that Pat Barry telling Rose that she was ahead in that last fight was insanity.
Yeah, the Carla fight.
Yeah,
that was
insanity. You're doing everything we wanted to do. You're doing great.
Game plan's working.
You got the game. The game plan is working. We've decided we're gonna do nothing in an effort to lose.
I thought they were aiming for a draw. That's what it seemed like to me.
I don't know, man. Have you ever heard Rose talk about she was telling a story about how there was like protests and she was like afraid of leaving her hotel and all this other stuff. Like, what are you afraid of?
I don't know. She's a 105-pound girl, so
I guess
115-pound is what she fought at. I guess
she's like what 125, 130.
Here we go. Title fight. Last title fight. Co-main event.
This is you're saying who wins?
Ross, Black Pants.
Black Pants in the second round, you're saying knockout.
Yeah.
All right, let's see it happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if it was like body kick or low kick. Yeah, you can see quite a bit of size difference. So you would assume that Ross would have a speed advantage.
Sure. Ross looks like the more athletic fighter.
Yeah. Again, Sam Alvey is not known to be a kicker, so it would be very interesting to see him try to utilize that.
Shout out, you're a minute in, you've thrown nothing.
Yeah, lots of feigning, couple stance shifts, one low kick.
Ross is twice now posted his leg out on that back wall.
Yeah, it's like a good, kind of catch where you're at. Plus, if you want, you can jump off the wall, and also
Superman off of it.
It kind of acts as like a feint, like a jump feint, right? So they may keep that distance, anticipating a jump. I like to do that a lot in the gym. If I'm near the cage wall, I'll put my foot on it because a lot of my guys know that I like to jump off of shit. Don't say crazy.
That's crazy.
That's not what it. Tactful.
Ooh.
There's that head kick.
There you go.
Like I said, Ross has one of the most skilled head kick knockouts I've seen in Glory.
I think Sam Alvey takes this one.
Well,
looks like he loves a sandwich. I love a sandwich. We have that in common. If you had to venture a guess, who would be the next copyright claim?
Maybe Star Wars.
Ooh. Outer Space made a copyright
I think
claim.
I just saw one of their vehicles out in the screen there. So something I was about to point out that Ross has done several times so far, as he like shifts forward, right? So he'll be orthodox and he switches going forward, and that could be very devastating against a power counter puncher like Alvey if you're getting caught mid shift.
Oh shit!
Got 209 Nate Diaz in the house.
Nate Diaz. Oh, they got everybody for this one, huh?
All right. He got the stamp of approval from Nate. They can't afford Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz is one of the most talked about combat sports stars.
I don't know if Nate Diaz can pass a brain scan.
I'd be surprised. I think people don't give them the credit they deserve.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying he sounds punch drunk.
I think he would sound like that
Second
without his
round.
fight career.
Maybe.
Yeah, this is a title fight, so a potential 5-rounder. And again, if it does go to a non-unanimous decision, it will have a sudden death 6th round.
Uh-oh.
Nothing new for Sam. I'm pretty sure he's continuously poked in the eye in his UFC career.
I think he finished that. I think Sam Alvey finished that first round stronger than I expected.
Ooh. Good scrape of the eyes. Ooh, and he went back with it.
Yeah,
It was
nice.
like a double rake.
He fucking wiped it, man.
I think he was just getting a rep of the Three Stooges defense.
Works every time. Yeah, let's see that again.
So we get the back swipe, and then there's a following front swipe.
Nice.
So they're back at it.
I believe that is a Kempo karate technique.
Oh, it's highly effective, I'll tell you that.
It worked there.
This is where Sam can get the fight finished. But yeah, he only gets 5 seconds, so gonna be tough.
I think he looked like he overpowered him when he at the end of the first, when he like kind of dumped him and hit him a couple times. It looked like he was stronger than him.
Oh, I guarantee he is. I mean, he's got years of grappling ahead of him, right?
I would probably try to just keep taking this thing to the ground and get my 10, claim my 5 seconds or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would absolutely be employing that like MMA strategy of like when he's a foot or two away from that wall, you push him into it, you bully him into it. Yeah, you see, and this is a common strategy for the smaller, faster fighters. Just a lot more air control, a lot more feigning, showing defense. He's like parrying punches that aren't there, right? And that just helps them kind of, it helps them maintain that control at distance.
Boring round.
He's starting to crack that calf kick a lot more this round. I have about 38 seconds to call this fight right.
I don't see it happening.
I said Ross by 2nd round knockout. Ooh, stunned him. Ooh, yeah. See what I'm saying? Like, not only is he bigger than him, he's just going to have that grappling advantage over him. He is lucky as Kerry Hatley as the referee who's not truly enforcing the rules.
Doesn't understand the rules at all. Has Alvey thrown a kick yet?
I don't think he has. That's a great question.
Is it karate combat if you don't throw a kick?
Oh, Frank Mir, who also does a podcast with Chris Angel.
Really?
Yeah, they have a podcast.
No shit.
Yeah.
Chris Angel looked like he's had some work done, huh?
Oh, I guarantee it. Frank's an interesting character. I got to be fortunate enough to take some of his classes in Vegas. Super knowledgeable. One of the most knowledgeable jiu-jitsu guys I've ever.
I mean this in the nice
met
way
with.
possible, but what is she wearing?
Spacesuit. What do you mean?
All right.
They're on the moon, aren't they?
Yep. You're right. You're right. I'm wrong.
I saw your soap in the bathroom, by the way. It's a space dog soap.
Space Dino.
Space Dino, that's
Space
right.
Dino. Ange likes dinos.
From space or just in general?
I think just in general. She's
Any
a
dino.
big fan of dinos.
All right.
She asked me what my favorite dinosaur was when we first started dating.
Sam with a 19-punch combo to start.
None of it landed.
No. So we're in the third round, 10 seconds in. No significant strikes yet, and if it continues like the last 2 rounds, it's going to be
I can't handle
a lot
6
of
rounds
fading.
of this. This is...
I think this is the case of the smaller fighter respects the power of the bigger fighter, and the bigger fighter respects the speed and skill of the smaller fighter. So we're not seeing that risk.
You got to risk it for the biscuit, Bubba.
Yeah, and there's no biscuit really being fought for right here. Kind of pulled guard on that, but he's not on the ground. So, yeah, technically there's not a 5-second rule here. Now he's on the ground, so the 5 seconds is on. I think Kerry pulled that up a little too fast. I'm not saying I would do a better job than Kerry, but I will say I understand the rules better than he does.
Ooh. I think we've still lacked any kicks from Sam Levy, Alvey.
Yeah, he hasn't even feinted one, honestly.
No, he hasn't tried.
I don't know if it's the lighting or not, but Sam Alvey looks very red.
I think it might just be the lighting, but
Kinda
I'm with you.
Like very vibrantly kind of.
Yeah, the
reddish
lighting is
purple.
not great for your skin in this environment.
Nice straight left. I think that was perfectly fine time to ground and pound. Again, even the athletes don't seem to know
What the rules? They don't understand the
What's
rules.
allowed,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're probably not training the rule set. You have to do a whole camp of a rule set.
But how? This is my issue with combat sports is how. Ooh, I think that elbow kind of caught him instead of the punch. That was entertaining. One highlight
Was
so
that
far.
allowed?
Yeah,
Are they gonna highlight reel that one?
they better. But one of my issues with combat sports, and we've talked about this before, is there's not a lot of intelligence that's going into the training ring.
Yeah. This is a problem.
It's, we come to class, we do our thing, we get our sparring in, and then we're done. And then it's like day in and day out, they do the same things. But yeah, there's not a lot of intention going on.
Have you ever read any of the stuff about the Danaher Death Squad
I've
and how they're training, how
Yeah.
they break up their training, how
Yeah, yeah.
intellectual their training is?
very intentional.
Yeah, how they work for really specific positioning, or they
drill it over and over and over.
Yeah, they film study, and then they put themselves in positions and just figure out things they can do from that position for hours.
Mhm.
And they train 365 days a year with no days off, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. There's a reason that's the most dominant jiu-jitsu team in the world right
Yeah.
now. Because they're intellectually training.
Right. And I feel like they take that approach from kind of like military,
Yeah.
right? Like very regimented,
Very scientific too, though,
Yeah.
to be honest with you.
for sure.
Like, you have to. I mean, think about this from a lab perspective. You're going in the lab and you're trying to figure out whatever. And I don't think a lot of people in the world are doing that.
No. I know
they're not thinking it through.
Yeah. I know they're not. I've been in tons of gyms.
I guarantee you the vast majority of the people that are competing in this are not dissecting the rule set and saying, okay, we can do this, we can do that.
So I actually spoke with a coach. I spoke with a coach who has multiple fighters with this promotion. None of them competed tonight. But I was telling him, like, oh, I judged the event. I really love the scoring criteria. And he said, what is the scoring criteria?
Yeah.
And I gave it to him. I said, this is what they gave me when they were training me to be a judge. And he says, are you allowed to give this to me? Which always, yes. The answer is that. Like, they can't hide their scoring criteria.
It's on the website.
Yeah. You can't hide the scoring.
On the website, my dude.
But that's the thing, is not a lot of coaches are putting in that effort of, like, what am I putting my fighter in? How do we best win it? You know, they're just going, oh, my guy's in a fight. Oh, he's not allowed to do this. Okay. Like, there's just not a lot of thought.
I mean, like,
Another knockdown.
Dropped him again.
All right, this is going.
Homeboy's winning this fight.
Alvey is winning this fight, in my opinion, as well. Yeah, which is shocking to me.
Weren't you saying we should build a career off Ross Levine and
they should push him more? Hey, he's fighting up a weight class against a former UFC contender. He never fought for a title. I will say this: 9 times out of 10 in the UFC, I was rooting for Sam Alvey.
Sam Alvey looks like the redneck that got into a fight outside of your local Piggly Wiggly.
100%.
Gets tired beating somebody up for 4 rounds.
Well, we are 25 seconds left in this last round.
Can't pull the clinch. He's done no work.
He hasn't. No significant damage really being done. He's landed that calf kick, but as the commentators were pointing out, it hasn't really. Ooh.
Late kick.
Low blow? It looked low. But yeah, even though he's tagged that leg multiple times, Sam Alvey's having no problem keeping his stance and attacking. 0 kicks from Sam Alvey.
Amazing.
So Ross's corner is telling him to be disciplined, which is great advice. But what techniques does he need to be disciplined with?
Be disciplined, my dude.
I could use some good adjectives to
be disciplined.
Tell you, but I need to be more distinct in my instruction if I'm the cornerman there. You know, it's one of those things where unless you know you have like a lot of skill in the rocking someone with a body shot, like it's almost too late to do body work right now. So you need to probably probably set up some headshots. Use the body shots to set up those big headshots.
You have to assume that Ross Levine is down.
Yeah, I think he's down 3 rounds. I think he may have picked up that first round, but then other than that, it's been Sam being the most effective fighter. It's a thin margin, though, because neither guy has really done too much.
Yeah, but there's been a couple of visuals of Sam Alvey over top of Ross Levine.
Yeah.
And that is worth something.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the takedown with a follow-up is, high on the scoring criteria. It's not as, it's number 3.
He's had multiple takedowns with follow-ups.
definitely not kick. But see, like, he's throwing that body kick, and even though probably a good technique to use against Alvey, now's not the time.
Point.
Yeah, now's not the time.
This has been a very uneventful round, too, so far.
Ooh. Yeah, he kind of pulled guard with that guillotine, which they're going to call a quick break, too. That should be, in my opinion, probably illegal.
What was that?
It wasn't like a technical takedown, right? Like, he just kind of put his forearm on his face and then just swept him down and it slammed him. It looked like a Big Brother move more than anything.
Hit him with that Big Brother.
Now he's down, so there's some extra ground and pound. I wonder if kicking off the wall would be something advantageous to do there. Maybe like kick off and forward roll.
You need at least a 6-foot section of that wall to practice with. You could probably make something up against the regular wall, like almost like a skate ramp, like a foam skate ramp or something.
Yeah, I think Alvey's taking this. No need for a 6th round. Don't raise your hands, Alvey. Or Levine.
Yeah. I wouldn't give Ross Levine another round.
No.
I wouldn't give Ross Levine another round.
I don't see a justification.
I don't see how you can make an argument that he won the last 4 rounds. They're saying 1 more round, but I just can't see that.
Yeah. So again, if it's split, they'll do another round, but
No.
Wow.
I think that's trash.
I agree.
I don't see the reason for that. I don't think that I don't see that he's. How can you draw in 5 rounds anyway? Jesus.
Yeah. Well, it's not a draw. It was probably a split decision. They will only have unanimous decisions, which is different.
I mean, you could the jaded, cynical Paul would say that they want their champion to win, so they were like, well.
Ooh. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, kicking off the wall or kicking off your opponent, like, that just seems to be... Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna have to see some really big shots coming from Ross if he's gonna have any chance.
Well, maybe not, because somebody probably gave him at least one of the fight.
Undeservingly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what 3 rounds that judge saw, because that's what it would have to be. You have to give him 3 rounds to win on his scorecard.
I mean, this is the same thing we've seen for 4 rounds.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, yes, you can make an argument that Sam Alvey's thrown 0 kicks in now 6 rounds.
Oh. 38 seconds. Again, not looking too good for
If
our boy
Ross Levine wins this
You
by
think
decision, I'm calling bullshit.
You think there's corruption?
I mean, like, it's hard to say that there's corruption because, like, I'm assuming that they're using the same referees that everybody in Vegas uses. But I just don't know that I saw Levine, other than him being the favorite, I don't know that I saw him do.
So after 6 rounds, I still have it for Sam Alvey. I know it's only the last round that counts.
Yeah, sudden death round, right?
Yeah.
But
So again, if we go off of scoring criteria, number 1's advanced striking techniques. Neither of them did that. Then it's head kicks. Neither of them did that. Then it's takedowns with follow-up,
right?
Which was Sam the whole fight.
Sam's whole fight.
Basically, from round 2 to 6,
What do you?
Sam was
I
getting
don't- I just
takedowns
don't
with follow-up.
see how you. I don't see how they went to a 6th fight on that.
Yeah.
6th round on that.
I agree. I thought it was going to be a no-brainer. There you go.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
Had
Look at their
to.
faces.
had to.
I hate to be that guy, but, you know, got a small cut under Alvey's right cheek, and then Ross is beat up on both sides.
I just don't. I don't know how that went to another round. I feel like they gave the guy another round just so they could see what would happen.
It does seem odd. Again, I don't know what 3 rounds you could give Ross Levine on that. But maybe the guy had some money on it. Maybe he's part of that prize pool.
That's my whole point. I just don't see how you gave any round after 1. I see you gave 1 to him. This guy can't get up.
Oh, his calf got clipped maybe 10 to 20 times.
That's.
All right.
Oh.
Wait, is he saying his wife's fighting?
He said his wife and his other corner
Both will be champs.
both will be Karate Combat champs in 2024. Is his wife fighting again?
I guess.
I that belt is so trash.
It doesn't match the rest of the set, right?
The
like
belt is
everything
so
looks kind of
trash.
high end, and then that belt looks.
If they put, I'm calling this right now. Combat Knight's got a better belt.
Oh yeah, I'd agree with that. Clip it. So the commentators are trying to make this argument that Ross on the feet was scoring the most efficient strikes compared to, but that's not what the scoring criteria is, right? The scoring criteria is very specific in what they want. They want advanced striking techniques, and then they want head kicks. Ross did not do those things, so the effective strikes he did on the feet don't really outweigh the takedowns with follow-up.
Yeah, that's...
Which, as a judge, I love that I can look at a scoring criteria and be like, that's easy to determine.
Well, this is common, though, because commentators don't ever understand scoring
that far.
criteria. Yeah.
Again, in our industry, as some people call it, there's just not a lot of education going on. And unfortunately, a lot of the education has to be self-motivated because no one is really pushing it out there.
I feel like every time they show this clip, it's funny because the guy's wearing a USA Muay Thai shirt. Duke Rufus is wearing a USA Muay Thai shirt in the first clip. It's another organization that is nothing to do with Karate Combat. Normally when they do these videos, I'm surprised UFC hasn't hit them for that WEC because they've shown WEC all night.
Mm-hmm. I wonder, though, Showtime's pretty smart. I wonder if he made it a contract to where he can use this footage because that Showtime kick is phenomenal of a highlight.
Yeah, maybe.
Made his whole career.
Maybe.
Maybe
he bought the rights to that won his fights.
It'd be smart.
Yeah.
Benson, of the two, does look like age has hit him quite harder than Pettis, in my opinion. He's got a lot more gray hair. His bone structure looks a little more weathered.
Well, how old is he?
He's got to be 38.
$40.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Benson Henderson is 40 years old.
How old's Pettis?
$36.
Really? Thought they'd be much closer in age.
Yeah, 4 years the junior.
But that's kind of like, again, going to my point where I was saying the impression I get from Benson is that he doesn't really care about fighting, to where Pettis seems like he still has a desire to compete.
I mean, Benson, I feel like both of these guys, unfortunately, were in that generation right before, like, the real money.
Oh, yeah.
And they were real close to it, just close enough that they feel like they could probably still compete in it,
Well, Pettis famously was the first MMA fighter featured on the Wheaties box.
Yeah.
And, that was a big deal back then, but, like, what did he make for that?
Probably nothing,
right? Anything, it was probably a great advertising tool for the UFC.
There's been 4 generations, essentially, of UFC fighters. You have your original UFC guys, the no rules, the bare knuckle guys.
That's like pre-Zuffa.
Pre-Zuffa guys, okay? Your second generation of guys are the early Zuffa guys. So we're talking about Chuck Liddell, Tito Ortiz.
Yeah.
Still no money, but a little bit more fame. Right? Like,
they definitely started to get the word out a
lot
better.
War Machine, or what was his name? Warring. Was it Waring? What was his name?
War Machine is in jail for the rest of his
No,
life.
Waring.
Waring. I'm trying to think of a similar way to say that.
All right. James Waring, okay, he fought Hoist Gracie in 2017 in WCC 1 Fight Strike, okay?
Wow.
This guy was like a local Miami, like he had a school, people knew him, right?
Mhm.
And he would be like, oh, I fought in the UFC. And you'd be like, yeah, but
Right.
yeah, nobody. So that's first generation, okay?
Yeah,
These
yeah.
guys that, remember that guy that they got his tooth kicked out, that guy, like.
Yeah. Taylor Tooley.
Yeah. Those guys made no money.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got the Chuck Liddell and the Matt Serras and these guys that didn't make any money either, but they were somewhat famous, right?
Yeah.
And then you got this third generation of fighters like Pettis and Henderson and like what is this guy's name? The guy that does commentary now, the Brit.
Michael Bisping.
Bisping. These guys that started to make a little bit of money,
Mm-hmm.
but they're too old to compete again. You know what I mean?
To kind of really get those paychecks.
Yeah, to really get the paychecks. And then what happens is those guys that are in that kind of like third generation fighters, some of them, they're 36, 40. They're like, oh, maybe I can make one more run and actually get paid.
Yeah.
That's where these guys are,
Yeah. No,
Meanwhile,
that's probably a fair assessment.
Duke Rufus is wearing a USA Muay Thai t-shirt.
Shout out to him, Duke Rufus. I'm actually, as a fight fan, obviously much bigger fan of
Karate
Rick
style,
Rufus.
Taekwondo, it said.
Yes. And I think, I think that's Showtime
That's
style.
offensive. That is
Yeah.
offensive. Karate style, Taekwondo. I think if you're a karate guy or a Taekwondo guy, you find that offensive. All right, what's your prediction here, Rich?
I don't want to say what I actually feel, but I'm gonna.
Oh, no.
I'll choose a fun one. I see Pettis winning by knockout
Okay.
or some odd form of TKO. Maybe a bad call by the ref.
Bad referee stoppage.
Uneventful. It might be an uneventful finish.
Fuck.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a war up until.
I
the
want
knockout.
first exchange finish.
Okay.
I would like a first exchange finish. We've had none tonight.
just like a side kick up the middle. No one sees it coming.
Jab. Jab knockout. Seth Petrozelli style. Lift a leg up, throw a jab. Hope for the best. Now they fought what? 2 times previously.
Correct. First time, Pettis won by decision in the WEC. Second time, Benson was actually, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, dominating, but then got armbarred. And it was a smooth, fast armbar. Like, it was one of those ones where it was like, oh, he's going for an armbar. Oh, he tapped.
You think Duke Rufus will be his corner?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I think he's been coaching him since he was a teen.
Somebody just threw money. Someone just threw money at Showtime.
Like $40.
It looks like he grabbed the money. It looks like the guy grabbed the money.
He didn't
There he is, Duke Rufus. Yeah, that guy pulled that money right back off.
Yeah. Hey, I don't blame him. I'm not doing that. I'm not throwing money out there.
I would have been impressed if somebody else grabbed the money. Karate style Taekwondo, it says.
As you said, very offensive.
That's offensive to everybody involved.
Fight style.
Anthony
Put
Pettis. Karate style Taekwondo. This is the thing. If you're karate combat, I feel like maybe you can't allow these two guys to fight.
Well, that's the original gripe. I believe Adam Kovacs, who originally was the president, discouraged that. He wanted more karate-based fighters. And then people were like, well, there's not enough of those guys to keep an organization running. So with the new president, he's like, oh, I'm going to bring in anyone. Mostly these former
karate-style
guys.
boxing.
Yeah. Right. His own fighter was a Cuban boxer.
Karate-style boxing.
Here we go. And you want the first exchange to
First
be a
exchange, knockout. Boom.
Kick punch, no knockout.
Damn it. I'm out. Currently trending hashtag number 10.
I love that. Like, no one has fully conformed to just calling it X. They always have to say X formerly Twitter. Yeah. A little slow on these kicks. Not really looking
They've
explosive.
both been very tentative. They're both really feeling it out.
I wish they stopped. But that's the thing, like we saw with Sam Alvey and Rod, like some of these more experienced guys, I wouldn't say that
not exciting fights.
I wouldn't say that they're afraid to get hit, but they just understand the consequences more.
I mean, that's also
and
like
don't want to take the risk.
The thing a bit about jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Really high level jiu-jitsu is not very exciting.
It's not, no.
You know, like blue belt, purple belt jiu-jitsu is exciting.
Let's be honest. White belt jiu-jitsu.
White belt jiu-jitsu. My guy might poop himself.
I will put money on white belt jiu-jitsu.
Guy might poop himself.
And win.
Naga poops.
But yeah, I understand it. You know, these guys, again, they've been at the highest level of the game. They understand the consequences. They've probably all been knocked out or TKO'd. So, you know, they're double weighing their options.
Sure.
See, that's what I was saying. Something crazy might happen, like a slip and twisted knee or
fall up the ramp.
Yeah, some awkward stoppage.
We're about to finish the first round, and it has been really uneventful.
I'm giving it to Pettis simply off of the. Ooh, he might have stunned him with that left hook. It looked like it didn't make contact, but it could have just been too quick. But yeah, I'm giving it to Pettis. He's landing the advanced striking techniques, which is number 1. And then he landed a head kick.
Was that like a spinning? What would you call that?
Yeah, it's a. I call it a dragon kick, but I've never been taught a proper word. But it's like a wheel kick to the legs, the lower ankle part of the legs. Often used as a sweep attempt. They were referencing Andy Hugh, but that wasn't quite the same style. Spin kick to the leg. Shout out Andy Hugh, my favorite kickboxer from the K1 days. Yeah, that was a slip. But a judge doesn't know that, right? Like they could have interpreted that as a scoring strike.
I would describe that as a boring round.
Yeah. Outside of that jumping axe kick, there wasn't much action.
But it didn't land.
Oh, the foot touched. You can count it as a scoring strike.
I'm going to tell you this right now. This YouTube commercial break thing, I don't understand why they wouldn't have made a deal with YouTube that would have been like, hey, we have a minute between fights. We have a minute between each round. We'll give you a minute between each round. We'll give you 45 seconds between each round. and we'll give you 3 minutes for commercials after each fight.
Yeah.
They couldn't have worked that out.
I will say this is good practice for tomorrow's UFC that I'll probably be watching by myself, staying up late.
Yeah, it's late. It's later than I wanted it to be.
For sure. But we're about to see an incredible knockout.
You think Benson Henderson's been thinking about Anthony Pettis every night?
No, I do not. I think it comes up in his mind often, but I don't think it comes up every night. Going to bed, brushing his teeth.
Fucking Anthony Pettis.
Just wakes up in the middle of the night sweating. I won't say their name, but I do know a fighter who, when they would go for arm bars, they would like basically come out in tears because they lost a title fight, and in that title fight they almost won by armbar.
Damn.
So ever since then, that move reminds them of that loss.
Damn.
That's something I'll never understand because I've never been in that position.
I think that if you logged into YouTube to watch these fights today,
As we have.
and you watched for almost 5 hours,
As we have.
you're not talking about these fights tomorrow.
No. You're probably talking to someone about them as in, I watched Karate Combat last night and there was a letdown in action maybe. Or maybe you saw that head kick knockout earlier and was like, that's as good as it gets.
Maybe.
I will say the talk on the internet town will be the BKFC claim. Yeah. That'll probably be the most reshared story
Yeah.
from this card.
I can't, it's hard for me to imagine that 2 rounds are down. Is this a 3-rounder or a 5-rounder?
I would imagine 3, but
I don't know that I could handle 5 rounds of this shit right now.
what about 6?
I mean, literally, nothing has happened.
He did seat him with that sidekick. Chamber, that's the front kick to the didn't really contact that well.
Nothing touched.
Yeah. There's the sidekick that floored him.
Sure.
That's the most significant strike right
Yeah.
there. So yeah.
I mean, like, do you give the first round to either of them?
Yeah, I give it to Pettis.
Pettis.
Yeah.
So two for Pettis.
2 for Pettis. Yeah. Nope, 5 rounds.
Oh my God.
Now let me ask you, Paul. On the next Karate Combat, free or not free, are you looking to watch it? They don't have matchups made yet, but they are looking to travel internationally.
I would go see it in real life. Because the time I went to see it in real life, I had a great time. I had a really good time. Like I said, it was a good event. Enjoyable to be at. A lot of cool people.
Yeah.
Good vibes. I might put it on in the background. I don't know that I would tune in intimately. I certainly would not invite people over and be like, hey, we got to get people over here. We're going to watch this.
Yeah, so from what I understand, they're going back to the Dominican Republic. They're going to, I believe, Abu Dhabi, and there's another international location they're looking to go to.
I don't see the value of that.
I don't either. I agree.
I think they should pick one area
and grow it out of there.
and grow that area. They obviously they're not trying to sell tickets. I think I would put it in one area and train the referees really good.
I think a place like Vegas makes a lot of sense because you're gonna get the
best referees,
the best
fighters,
referees,
best crowd,
and it's a touristy place.
Only downside for a Vegas-based show is it's going to be expensive.
Yeah. But these guys seem to, kind of stunned them with that right straight. But no follow-up, right? Like, what the hell? Poor Benson, if he ends up dropping this fight, that's 3 against 1 guy. I couldn't even imagine.
I mean, he maybe doesn't care. You know, he's been every night before he goes to bed, brushes his teeth.
Thinking about this.
Thinking about Showtime Pettis.
Oof.
I think that the next time we do a fight companion, we need like 1 or 2 more people, just to break up the.
And I think too it'd be helpful with a fight card with maybe fighters we're more familiar with outside of maybe just the main event.
Hey, I've enjoyed talking to you, Rich. I'm not saying I haven't.
It's good practice, you know, for the next one.
I'm not saying I haven't. I'm just saying
it's more content for the channel.
Yeah. I'm not complaining about any of that stuff. I'm just saying that like when it's boring, at least like whenever I used to put Demarion on these, you know, it was boring. He'd go off on tangents about some girl named Zephyr Hills that he went to school with or something.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna put those stories out there.
Yeah, you can't. You can't compete with Demarion when it comes to insanity. Shout out to the moment when the Karate Combat 43 feed dropped and we got a bunch of viewers all of a sudden because they were like,
we're the only live
Karate Combat 43 fight companion. Oh my gosh. Hard to believe that we've already gone 4 rounds.
3 rounds.
3 rounds. We're into the 4th now.
Oh. Okay. Benson finally getting to do some ground and pound, but didn't get much off. So they're both taekwondo style karate fighters, right? Whose taekwondo do you think is better at this point? If you had a judge,
I mean, I wouldn't say either of them threw any taekwondo.
I would say Pettis is attempted.
Sure. Oh, is that a groin?
Yeah, just I kick, you kick. I kick you in the dick.
We had a fighter at last fight I refereed. They got kicked in the groin twice, and he laid down on the ground, rolled around a little bit.
I remember. Yeah, I was there. That was
like, this is a lot. This is a lot, my dude. Sucks to get hit in the groin, but
worst groin shot I ever took was a spinning back kick to the dick from Luigi Fioravanti, and yeah, that was rough.
Somebody out there is like, me too.
Yeah. I do have the suspicion that he did it on purpose.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think he liked me very much.
Was it in sparring?
Yes, 100%.
And he just clipped it, huh?
Yeah, like we're just.
Were you wearing a cup?
I don't think I was.
Yeah.
I'm not the one to wear a cup.
Yeah.
I tell people to, but I don't. I've been kicked so many times, and that was probably the last bad time I got really caught.
I'm just underwhelmed.
But President Awesome said, this is
the first match he put together, apparently.
And he's so proud.
I can't imagine what they paid for this.
Whew.
But it's Vegas, so the numbers should be released.
Oh, true.
I can't do 6 rounds of this.
It has to be unanimous, or they'll go to a final and finishing 6th round.
Can't do it. I want to go to bed. Oh.
Oh, poor Paul.
Oh my God! I gotta be up. Gotta be up at 8:45 a.m. What a boring fight, man. The main event has been uneventful.
Yeah.
All of the fights on the main card have been uneventful.
Well, the female fights seem to be very exciting, but we missed 75%.
The vast majority of it, and then they ended it.
Yeah. Yeah, the undercard was what was worth watching, and then that ended several hours ago. Yeah, these guys really got to, for the fans' sake and for their fan base, they really got to put in that work for a finish. And I'm just not seeing it. I mean Benson's going for it right now. He's
Benson's
really
trying.
Yeah. That's the most offense he's put out at once.
I don't want to say that he's trying harder because I'm sure they're both trying very hard. But holy fuck, dude. Commentators seem to think that Pettis is behind.
Yeah.
Two minutes.
So finally we're getting some significant strikes landed. It just happens to be in the 5th round and not earlier. So let's think. The first time they fought was 25 minutes. Second time they fought, I want to say it was the 2nd round armbar. So let's call that 35 minutes, and then you add another 15 minutes. These guys have fought almost an hour out of all 3 fights.
It feels like they've been fighting for my whole life, and I'm exhausted.
So as this fight winds down, let's talk about some highlights. The head kick knockout.
Head kick knockout was amazing.
The Cuban boxer turned karate fighter, who also got finished.
Oh, man, from Goat Shed.
We had the greatest female karate combat fight that we didn't get to see due to the BKFC copyright claim. Then we had Smiling Sam Alvey, Big Brother, their middleweight champion, to become the heavyweight champion.
Yep.
And then we have the trilogy fight between the exciting two fighters, Benson Henderson and Showtime Pettis.
This is definitely going to a 6th round.
You feel it, don't
It
you?
has to. If the Sam Alvey fight went to a 6th round,
This has
where
more
it
justification.
was so clearly that Alvey was ahead, I could not imagine. Henderson fell going up the wall.
Yeah. So commentators are thinking it's going to go to a 6. They're thinking there's going to be a split.
Can't handle that.
This might be history, though, Paul.
Just can't handle that, bro. They have a picture of the planet exploding in the top of the combat corner. What is it? Karate Combat.
Oh no, he's spelling just words now.
They have a picture of the Earth exploding. That's how I feel right now. One more round. Oh my God.
You cursed yourself. You brought it up early in the fight, and here we go. Please make up for it. The nut shot. DQ a Mark. It's the second one.
Oh my God. Watch him take a full 5 minutes. Oh my God. It's been 5 hours, and I'm gonna be honest with you, just like it hasn't
skip
been.
it. Skip our ad.
Oh yeah. 5 hours is just a lot. Here we go. We're restarting. Okay.
All right, so I will say this: round 5 and 6 have had the most action throughout this whole fight. So I'll give them that.
I fell asleep in round 4, and I don't think I'm awake still.
And knockout.
We're gonna have a very
nut shot.
A very short outro here.
Yeah. For all the hundreds and thousands of fans listening,
Yeah.
we appreciate your time spent with us.
Yeah. We hope that you enjoyed all of this.
I will say, when I see shining in the crowd, I know it's Robin Black's jacket. So
Fair.
he's got that going for him. We also learned that Paul's not a big fan of Robin Black.
No, the organization should fire him. And I'll bow out saying that. Minute and a half, guys.
90 seconds to turn our night around, to make it worth the wait. And
I would say that this was a incredibly boring evening card. Oh, this is rough, dude.
40 seconds. Plenty of time to do a setup and a finish right here. Okay, fake the 1-2 and then go with the knee to the face. Yeah, that would have been a good time for a knee. It's been a fun episode. I think we got a lot of talk reps in. We discussed
A lot of talk time. Chasing talk time.
And we're at the final 5.
Four.
Wheel kick. Come on, do
Here we
something
go.
cool.
Here we go.
Cartwheel kick. Nothing.
All right.
Awesome.
Who do you give this? So
I'm
obviously
giving it to
sudden death.
Pettis. I'm giving it to Pettis. I think Henderson started off stronger, but if you're going by
You're giving
scoring,
it to Pettis, huh?
yeah, if you go by scoring criteria, I think they're gonna have to give it to Mr. Pettis.
I don't know. We'll see.
I hope they enjoyed their $20,000 payday.
I hope you guys had a good time. You think they got that much? You think they got 20 grand?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I bet you they
I
got
imagine they made more than that.
live on YouTube. I don't know, man. No
But-
pay-per-view dollars.
But sponsored by Brave and 9-Round Kickboxing,
9 round, I'm sure.
whatever that bear symbol with the X eyes are.
If you watch the highlight reels here, they would like for you to believe that Henderson won. All of those highlights were Henderson winning.
Oof, let's go 7. Let's get that sudden death.
We can go 8 more rounds if you want. We should have gone 9 rounds.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pettis. I suspected it.
I wouldn't have called that way. All right, guys. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Rich, as always.
Thank you, Paul.
I am going to bed.
Good night.